and the committee meets pursuant to notice to consider the committee print to comply with the reconciliation directives included in section 2001B of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021, Senate Con Res 5. The chair announces that any request for recorded votes may be rolled pursuant to Clause 2, Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 1, the chair may recess the committee at any point. While a roll call is not necessary to establish a quorum in official proceedings conducted remotely or with remote participation, this committee has made it a practice whenever there is an official proceeding with remote participation for the clerk to call the roll to help make clear who is present at the start of the proceeding. Members should say their name before announcing that they are present. This helps the clerk and also helps those watching the platform and live stream that may experience a few seconds delay. At this time, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Chairman Scott,
Chairman Scott is present.
Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Courtney,
Present.
Mr. Sablan. I believe you're still muted, Mr. Sablan.
Present.
Ms. Wilson, Ms. Bonamici,
Suzanne Bonamici is present.
Mr. Takano,
Mr. Takano is present.
Ms. Adams,
Alma Adams is present.
Mr. Desagne,
Desaulnier present.
Mr. Norcross,
Tom Norcross is present.
Ms. Jayapal. I believe you're still muted, Ms. Jayapal. It still shows you.
Camilla Jayapal is present.
Got you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morelli,
Joe Morelli. Joe Morelli is present.
Ms. Wild,
Susan Wild is present.
Mrs. McBath,
Lucy McBath is present.
Mrs. Hayes,
I thought it was CPC. It didn't say
Hayes is present.
and labor anywhere in here.
Mr. Levin,
Andy Levin is present.
Ms. Omar, Ms. Stevens,
Haley Stevens is present.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez,
Teresa Ledger Fernandez is present.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones is present.
Ms. Manning, I believe you. Ms. Manning,
Kathy Manning is present.
Mr. Mervan,
Frank Mervan is present.
Mr. Bowman,
Jamal Bowman is present.
Mr. Pocan,
Mark Pocan is here.
Mr. Castro, Ms. Cheryl,
Maggie Cheryl's present.
Mr. Yarmouth,
John Yarmouth is present.
Mr. Espaillat,
Adriano Espaillat is present.
Mr. Fox,
Virginia Fox is present.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Thompson,
Mr. Thompson is present but not hooked up yet. Come back to him, please.
Mr. Wahlberg,
Present. Wahlberg present.
Mr. Grossman,
Here, present.
Ms. Stefanik,
Elise Stefanik is present.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Banks, Mr. Comer,
Comer is present.
Mr. Fulcher, Mr. Keller,
Mr. Fulcher is present and he was trying to get his mic unmuted. Please go back to him.
Mr. Keller, Mr. Murphy,
Very loud.
Mrs. Miller Meeks,
Ms. Miller, it's on you here. Oh, you know?
Mr. Owens,
Mr. Owens is here.
Mr. Good,
Mr. Good is here.
Mrs. McLean,
Lisa McLean is present.
Mrs. Harshbarger,
Diana Harshbarger is present.
Mrs. Miller,
Mary Miller is present.
Mrs. Sparks, Mr. Fitzgerald,
Scott Fitzgerald is present.
Mr. Cawthorn,
So I'm just going to verify you're muted.
I am now, but I wasn't.
Not yet.
I'm trying to get the Bluetooth.
Matthew? Matthew's here.
Mrs. Steele,
It's muted.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the roll call.
Could you call those that did not answer? I think some have appeared since the roll call.
Mr. Grijalva,
Raul Grijalva, present.
Ms. Wilson, Ms. Omar, Mr. Castro,
It's a Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Thompson,
I'm here, present.
Mr. Allen,
Rick Allen is here. Did you hear me?
I got you.
I can now. Now, make sure your Bluetooth is set to your computer.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Fulcher,
Fulcher is present.
Mr. Keller, Mr. Keller, you're still muted.
Keller's here.
Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, you're muted.
I am here. Murphy is here. You hear me?
I hear you now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mrs. Miller Meeks,
Dr. Miller Meeks is here.
So,
Mrs. Sparks,
Victoria Sparks is present.
Mr. Cawthorn,
Congressman Cawthorn is here.
yeah.
Mrs. Steele,
Mrs. Steele is stepped away. She'll come right back She just came?
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the roll call.
Thank you.
Miss Wilson is present.
Got you.
Thank you. This is a remote markup pursuant to House Resolution 8 and the appropriate regulations. At the request of the ranking member, I will shorten my review of the process and procedures pertinent to a remote markup and expect all members have reviewed the procedures as delineated in the applicable House rules, regulations, resolutions, and as further explained in the instructions and documents circulated by the clerk in advance of the markup. And hopefully everyone will adhere to those procedures. That said, the regulations do require explicit mention of certain items, and there are certain items that I feel necessary to highlight. I ask that all microphones be kept muted to avoid unnecessary background noise. As a general rule, staff will mute a member who has forgotten to mute themselves to avoid unnecessary background noise throughout the proceedings. Members are responsible for unmuting themselves when they are recognized to speak or when they wish to seek recognition. And I'll ask that members please identify themselves before they speak. Members shall be considered present in the proceedings when they are visible on camera, and they shall be considered not present when they are not visible on camera. The only exception to this is if they are experiencing technical difficulties and inform the committee staff of such difficulty. However, members must be visible on camera to count towards the quorum and a vote. And this is a matter of House rules, and there's no exception. Moreover, there needs to be a verbal vote so that both the clerk and the official reporter stenographer can hear it. A thumbs up or thumbs down without a verbal vote will not suffice. If a member is experiencing technical problems, they should notify committee staff immediately by phone, email, or chat messaging function in the proceedings. Phone assistance will always be available throughout the duration of any proceeding with remote participation, and our staff, whose contact information was distributed by the clerk with instructions for the meeting, will be available to assist members throughout the proceeding. Now, this is an entirely remote meeting, and as such, the the committee's hearing room is officially closed, but members who choose to sit with their individual devices in the hearing room must wear headphones to avoid feedback, echoes, and distortion resulting from more than one person on the software platform sitting in the same room. Members are also expected to adhere to social distancing and safe health care guidelines, including the use of masks, hand sanitizers, and wiping down the areas both before and after their presence in the hearing room. Now, amendments must be submitted electronically to the amendment repository pursuant to the instructions in the notice of amendment process that was distributed to all committee offices by the clerk with the meeting notice. Amendments must be submitted to the repository before they are offered at the meeting. In order to ensure that the committee's 5-minute rule is adhered to, staff will be keeping track of time using the committee's field timer. The field timer will appear in its own thumbnail picture and will be named 001_timer. There will be no 1 minute remaining warning, so the timer will sound its audio alarm when the time is up, and members are asked to wrap up promptly when their time has expired. This is not nearly as much as we went through yesterday, and I appreciate the ranking member's understanding about these important procedural matters that affect us all. Your cooperation is appreciated. Now, I'll recognize myself to make an opening statement. Today, we're marking up the committee print to comply with the reconciliation directives included in section 2001B of the concurrent resolution of the budget for fiscal year 2021, SCON Res 5. Last year, the House passed a budget resolution for fiscal year 2021, which instructed, last week, the House passed a budget resolution for fiscal year 2021, which instructed 12 House committees to write a proposal that would provide $1.9 trillion in relief for Americans across the country. This process, called budget reconciliation, is an important tool that will allow Congress to avoid partisan gridlock and act with urgency that this moment requires. More than 1 year after the first case of COVID-19 confirmed in the United States, the need to help our constituents overcome this pandemic has only grown. Over 460,000 people in this country have died from the virus. Millions of workers remain unemployed, and the latest research predicts that 7 million of the jobs lost will not come back. Students across the country are falling further behind, and an unprecedented number of children and families are facing hunger and homelessness. Today, we're marking up the Education and Labor Committee's piece of the budget reconciliation bill, which will provide our communities with immediate relief they deserve. This legislation ensures that K-12 schools will have the resources to bring students and educators back into the classrooms safely. It invests $130 billion to help schools comply with the CDC guidelines for safely opening schools, including repairing ventilation systems, reducing class sizes so that students can be spread out, and implementing social distancing guidelines, purchasing personal protective equipment, and hiring staff to care for students' health and well-being. School districts will also be required to set aside 20% of the funding they receive to address lost time in the classroom. In response to the severe financial strain that COVID-19 has placed on institutions of higher education, the bill also provides nearly $40 billion to support colleges and universities, half of which has to go towards emergency financial aid for students. This bill also dedicates $40 billion for early childhood care and education programs to keep child care providers open and help struggling families afford care. We cannot fully reopen the economy if our child care system collapses. One of the most tragic consequences of this pandemic has been the surge in childhood hunger. An estimated 17 million children did not have enough to eat last year. This proposal extends vital food assistance through the pandemic EBT program and boosts the value of the WIC benefits for vulnerable mothers and children. The bill also makes targeted investments to protect health and well-being of our communities. This includes increased funding for programs that prevent and respond to child abuse and neglect, hundreds of millions of dollars to support survivors of domestic violence or sexual assault, and more than $4 billion to help families cover the costs of home heating and cooling. This bill also provides meaningful relief to workers and their families by protecting access to affordable health care during the pandemic. Specifically, it subsidizes COBRA premiums for workers who have been laid off or subject to reduced hours. This rescue plan also gives the Department of Labor new funding to establish and enforce workplace safety standards and protect workers from COVID-19. And critically, this rescue package gradually raises the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2025. This will lift nearly 1 million people out of poverty and put money in the pockets of 27 million workers who will accelerate our economic recovery by spending that money in local businesses. According to the CBO, the $15 minimum wage, even after you account for any employment losses, will put an additional net $333 billion into the pockets of low and middle income workers, outweighing the costs to the federal government. My Republican colleagues may object to the process by which we are securing these urgent provisions, and ideally would have more time to review this relief package. However, we must address the urgent needs of the people now. Multiple crises affecting our communities grow worse every day if we do not act. We must recognize that we cannot afford to prioritize process over the urgent needs of people across this country. We must also remember that using reconciliation process to pass major legislation is nothing new. While in the majority, the Republican members used that procedure to undermine the Affordable Care Act and to pass an unpaid $1.9 trillion tax cut with 80% of the benefits going to the top 1% in corporations. If our colleagues can use the budget reconciliation process to restrict access to affordable health care for millions of people and give tax cuts to the wealthy and corporations, then surely we can use it to secure relief for our students, workers, and communities that they so urgently need. Our country is in a pivotal moment in the fight against COVID-19. We have the responsibility to do everything in our power to defeat this pandemic. This legislation takes a critical step towards fulfilling that basic responsibility by providing our communities with the relief to get through the pandemic and build back a better America. So I'm now pleased to yield to the distinguished ranking member from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, for her opening statement. Is Dr. Fox with us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm having trouble getting the video to start. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just yesterday, we discussed our shared goal of being the model committee again this Congress. I also stressed the importance of ensuring all legislation receives a proper, thorough, and bipartisan examination. On both these goals, I am disappointed. With barely a day to review extensive text, we are being asked to consider broad, sweeping legislation written behind closed doors without any legitimate effort to have bipartisan negotiations. This isn't the standard this committee should aim for, and it is an insult to the deliberative process of the People's House. Mr. Chairman, I'm being asked to change computers. Hold on one moment. Use these.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we'll try this again. Congressional Democrats have never let a crisis go to waste, so it's no surprise they want to use this process as an opportunity to create wasteful permanent programs and expand the power of Washington bureaucrats to the detriment of students, workers, and job creators. Yet despite the cost and scope of this partisan bill, Democrats failed to help mitigate the challenges faced by so many American families. Parents and students have relayed heartbreaking stories about the failures of their school's transition to online learning and continued push to remain virtual. Students are falling behind and mental health issues are on the rise. We know the cost of keeping schools closed are high, so why are schools still closed? The science tells us we can reopen them safely. In fact, many private schools have done just that. We've already spent tens of billions of dollars in new federal aid to help schools obtain the important safety supplies they need to reopen. Yet unions are still throwing up roadblocks and changing the goalposts at every turn. That is not what America's children need during this time. This one-sided budget reconciliation scheme accomplishes more for the left-wing playbook than it does for struggling Americans who are desperate to get back to school and work. Instead, we should be focused on solutions that will help get our economy back on track. To do so, we must ensure that relief for Americans is temporary, targeted, and tied to COVID-19. Unfortunately, this bill is full of partisan policies disguised as COVID relief measures. This bill includes a radical wage hike that increases the national minimum wage by 107%. Yesterday, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said this proposal would result in 1.4 million jobs lost around the country and increase prices for families and consumers. Why in the world would we vote to reduce employment when so many Americans are suffering from the pandemic and desperate to get back to work? Even President Biden says this provision won't be included in the final budget reconciliation scheme. Another provision in the bill creates an unprecedented and extreme change related to workers' compensation programs for federal and maritime workers. The legislation mandates that many federal workers and maritime workers who contract COVID-19 are presumed to have contracted the virus through work-related activities. This is not science. This proposed change, which has not been the subject of any committee hearings, would undermine the integrity of these programs and force taxpayers to cover many non-employment related claims while posing a significant financial burden on federal agencies and taxpayers. Moreover, this bill includes a change in COBRA premiums that fails to include pro-life protections to ensure that no federal funds are used to provide abortion services. The Democrats are unwilling to address this concern. We have a moral obligation to protect the most vulnerable among us, to be a voice for those without one. Using taxpayer dollars to fund abortion services is not only despicable, it is also blatantly misrepresenting millions of pro-life advocates, like many on this side of the dais and in our respective districts. Let's remember that we are talking about spending in the trillions. I wonder if my colleagues across the aisle have forgotten that we're dealing with the hard-earned money of America's taxpayers. This money can't just be printed as needed. While there's been no true evaluation of how trillions in hardworking taxpayer money has already been spent, there have been plenty of stories of waste, fraud, and abuse. USA Today reported that international scammers have taken $36 billion in fraudulent unemployment benefits from the United States. Yet today, Democrats are pushing taxpayers to dole out more of their hard-earned money at a time when many are forced to tighten their belts. We can and should do better than this bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by emailing submissions to the in labor markup email that you received in your instructions, preferably in Microsoft Word format by the end of the day today. The House rules require that a copy of the measure be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. This was done and distributed electronically to all committee offices by the clerk. The measure shall be open to amendment at any point. Additionally, the chair may allow members who have more than one amendment on the measure to offer these amendments en bloc to the extent practicable if they desire. The first reading of the bill, the committee is now will now proceed with the consideration of the measure. The committee print to comply with the reconciliation directives included in section 2001B of the concurrent resolution of the budget for fiscal year 2021, that is S-Con Res 5 for amendment. The measure was circulated electronically in advance and distributed to all committee offices by the clerk. The clerk will designate the measure.
Committee print, providing for reconciliation pursuant to S-Con Res 5, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021.
Without objection, the first reading of the measure is dispensed with. And we are now at second reading. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. And I now recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
That objection, amendment shall be considered original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in the nature of a substitute was filed electronically to the amendment repository and was distributed electronically by the clerk 24 hours in advance. I now yield myself 5 minutes in support of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes small technical changes to the bill that amends the wording used in the section on child abuse prevention and treatment, which was an area of bipartisanship on this committee. I want to say another word about the underlying text. There should be more bipartisan support for the legislation beyond the investments in just protecting children. For example, providing schools the resources they need to open safely should not be a partisan issue. Helping child care providers keep their doors open during the pandemic should not be a partisan issue. Addressing the tragic and unacceptable surge in childhood hunger should not be a partisan issue. Expanding access to affordable care during the pandemic should not be a partisan issue. Even gradually raising the minimum wage should not be a partisan issue, because over the last 3 years, voters in Arkansas, Missouri, and Florida all approved ballot initiatives to raise the minimum wage, all by margins over 20 points. So there's no question that the deep ideological divides in this country have hindered our response to the pandemic, but I hope that today we can come together to pass this legislation and take an important step towards providing our constituents the relief they need and deserve. I urge all of my colleagues to support the amendment in nature of substitute and yield back the balance of my time. Are there any members that wish to be recognized on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to the amendment. This is Congressman Rick Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill before us today amounts to nothing more than a left-wing wish list conveniently disguised as COVID-19 relief. And the Democrat amendment in the nature of a substitute does nothing to improve the underlying text. At a time when hardworking American families need Congress to come together to find real solutions. Am I okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. At a time when hardworking American families need Congress to come together to find real solutions and provide critical COVID-19 relief, Democrats are turning a blind eye to those most in need and ramming left-wing priorities through this committee. This amendment will do nothing to improve the underlying bill and doubles down on the many harmful provisions included in the legislative text. Rather than adopting this measure, we should be focusing on advancing proposals to help schools safely reopen, get Americans the skill they need to re-enter the workforce, and allow our economy to return to its pre-pandemic prosperity. The public health emergency we currently face has disrupted our nation's school systems across the country. But the way this legislation cherry picks which students and schools receive assistance is wildly insulting. COVID-19 doesn't pick winners and losers. The Democrats are operating under the assumption that only some schools and some teachers need relief. We need all schools to reopen safely so future generations do not fall further behind. While Democrats may have an unfounded bias against K through 12 private schools, the students at these institutions do not deserve to be left behind while Democrats play partisan politics. Equally as troubling is the bill's lack of workforce development funding. COVID-19 is further exacerbating our nation's skills gap, displacing workers who lack the skills to keep up with technological changes. 1 in 5 small businesses pointed to lack of employee skills as the single biggest challenge they face while adapting to COVID-19 environment, according to a recent survey of GetApp. Unfortunately, my Democratic colleagues deemed it unnecessary to include any workforce development provisions in their budget reconciliation scheme. While Republicans support those pursuing all types of education, Democrats are suffocating students' abilities to achieve an individualized version of the American dream. This isn't how we're going to recover from a global pandemic. The American dream will not exist for the 1.4 million people who will lose their jobs due to a radical $15 national minimum wage hike. An increase in this magnitude, 107%, is historically unprecedented and will crush small businesses already decimated by this pandemic. In a January 2021 survey of small businesses, 74% said a 5-year phased-in $15 minimum wage would negatively impact their business. Of those reporting a negative impact, 87% anticipated they would have to increase the price of goods and services, passing some of those prices increases on to consumers. According to a January 2019 study done by the National Federation of Independent Businesses, enacting this job-destroying provision would result in a cumulative reduction in U.S. real output of over $2 trillion. Congress should be creating more employment opportunities, not increasing cost on taxpayers. President Biden has even sown doubt on the viability of including this monstrosity in a budget reconciliation bill. It's truly appalling how far Democrats will go to enact their radical agenda. Even Larry Summers, Obama's top economic advisor, cautioned that the Democrats' bill may be too big. He wrote in the Washington Post recently that there are enormous uncertainties with this proposal, and it could set off inflationary pressures of a kind we haven't seen in generations, with consequences for the value of the dollar and financial stability. We are playing with fire here. This message is clear from my Democratic colleagues. It doesn't matter how much taxpayer money is being spent. It doesn't matter how astronomical the price tag is. It doesn't matter how much COVID-19 relief funds are currently unused, so long as they can force their left-wing agenda on all Americans. This is shameful. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment in the nature of a substitute. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from Georgia. The gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized, and I'll tell the gentlelady from California, Ms. Steele, you'll be next. Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding today's markup, and I'm speaking in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Our communities are in immediate need of support, and I'm grateful for your swift leadership in advancing this relief package. I have spoken with families in Northwest Oregon who are struggling to find safe and reliable childcare, parents who are worried about their children falling behind in school, and healthcare workers caring for patients with coronavirus. I've heard from workers who have been forced to continue on the job without adequate PPE or workplace protections, from Oregon's long-term care ombuds, who is working hard to make sure seniors are safe and properly cared for during this crisis. Our communities are still struggling to fight this health and economic crisis, and we must do more to support them. Today, we're taking an important step to move President Biden's American Rescue Plan forward and get relief to working families across the country. This bill invests needed funding in our schools so students and teachers can safely return to the classroom. Thank you, Chairman Scott, for the inclusion of dedicated funding to address unfinished learning. We know our students will continue to need support in the upcoming years, and this dedicated funding will help address those gaps. Since the pandemic started, I've been advocating tirelessly to get childcare support to working families, in particular to our working mothers. I applaud the inclusion of $40 billion for childcare in this bill and will continue to push for more funding in upcoming relief efforts. Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark and I recently called on President Biden to invest in our childcare system to address the challenges working families have faced since even before the pandemic. We stand ready to work with his administration and this committee to make sure our childcare infrastructure is affordable and accessible in the long term. We simply will not have economic recovery without childcare. The pandemic has also exacerbated the unique needs of our seniors. Older populations are especially vulnerable to the coronavirus, and tragically, increased isolation has made them more susceptible to fraud and abuse. This package includes important funding for nutrition assistance, caregiver support, and importantly, elder justice programs that will be put to good use in Oregon and across the country. The federal minimum wage has been stagnant for far too long. It exacerbates income inequality and it leaves working families behind. By gradually phasing in an increase in the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2025, we can provide relief to low-wage workers and accelerate our economic recovery. These provisions will help address persistent wage gaps, reduce poverty, and support working families. And what businesses need is customers with money in their pockets, and this will make a difference. This relief package is desperately needed, but we need to do much more in the upcoming weeks and months to help our communities build back better. According to the Department of Labor, 2 in 5 jobless Americans are now classified as long-term unemployed, and approximately 7 million of the jobs lost are not expected to come back. We must commit to investing in our workforce system to provide individuals with the training and support services they need to find good paying jobs and help our economy recover. I appreciate the commitment of the chairman to continue to work with me to make sure that a robust investment in workforce funding is included in the next package. Thank you again for holding today's markup. I look forward to working with all of my colleagues on this committee in the 117th Congress to provide the necessary resources for our nation's students, families, workers, and seniors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from California, Mrs. Steele.
Thank you very much, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Fox. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be with the committee today and look forward to working together in support of bipartisan solutions and support for our constituents. We can all agree that teachers, students, and parents have been some of the hardest hit because of this pandemic. These kids are our future, and it's critical that they are supported and have the tools for success. But the bill in front of us today will hurt more Americans than be helpful to those struggling at this time. The majority included $130 billion for elementary and secondary schools, but they did not see fit to fund all students in elementary and secondary schools. The majority who wrote this bill seem to think that the virus stopped at the door of private schools. Let me be clear, COVID has affected all of us, and that includes our students regardless of where they learn. If this is really about the students, limiting the amount of funds available for sharing with non-public schools is not the solution. This committee shouldn't punish one form of education over the other. we should care for all equally. What is even more amazing is that private schools have worked hard to open for school students, and evidence shows our kids have better outcomes with in-person school rather than remote learning. Why aren't we helping these students who, again, face the same dangers of the pandemic as public school students? In the last funding package, $54 billion were given to public K-12 schools, while roughly 5% of funds were given to help private school students. Unfortunately, this current bill provides a fraction of the funds. A rough estimate would put it at less than 2% of the funds for almost 6 million students. Don't these students deserve healthy schools too? Don't these teachers deserve PPE? Often, the majority will try to excuse their decision to exclude private schools by talking about the rich students attending elite institutions, but they know that this is not true. Many of these schools serve lower to middle income families who have also been impacted by this pandemic, just like their friends attending public schools. If this bill is supposed to be about helping students and families impacted by the virus, we should be taking meaningful steps to help these students. The science has shown that in-person learning can be done safely and equally with the right precautions and safety measures. The committee should work in a bipartisan way to provide targeted help. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. If anyone wants to be recognized, if you'll notify either your staff or your ranking member or our staff, or you can get on the list. Next is the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for five minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, for your leadership and work on this legislation. Communities across this country are suffering. By now, we know far too well the heavy toll this pandemic has taken. We see it measured every month in the number of jobs that have been lost, and even worse, every day in the number of people that die. I have erected a mock cemetery in my district with almost 2,000 plastic headstones where people gather daily to grieve their loved ones. They post pictures on the headstones, funeral programs, and obituaries. This is a place of solace and remembrance. We also will likely see it reflected in educational assessments for years and years to come as a result of what I call a COVID slide that has led to learning loss due to school closures. And in the number of children struggling with trauma brought about by the loss of their safe haven, school, family financial hardships, and other unexpected burdens. Unless we act decisively and boldly, that toll will only continue to grow. Now is not the time for a cautious, timid approach. We must rise up and meet the seriousness of this moment. Chairman Scott, that is why I strongly support this measure, which promises to arm our schools with the tools they need to reopen safely and provide robust investment in our struggling childcare industry, regardless of age. It will also help ensure that all workers can access affordable health care and provide families with desperately needed nutritional benefits during both the school year and summer months. I'm also pleased that this package includes $40 billion for colleges and universities to cover revenue losses resulting from campus closures, half of which will go to emergency aid for students who might otherwise go hungry or face housing insecurity. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is a declaration to America's students, educators, workers, and families that we have their back. I urge my colleagues to support this measure and to consider how much has already been lost and how much more will be lost if we fail to act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. I don't see anyone on the minority side seeking recognition. And so we'll go to gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Fox, for allowing me to address the Education and Labor Committee this afternoon in support of this truly historic legislation. This past year has been an extremely trying time for our nation's education system, as the pandemic has forced schools to close and worsen the learning inequities faced by students. So now more than ever, we have to make a historic investment in our K-12 schools and institutions of higher education to ensure that the students' current learning losses don't lead to a lifetime of underachievement. In New Jersey and around the country, we've seen the stresses that virtual learning has put on educators and parents alike, as well as the limitations that it has had on students' educational attainment. So now is the time to make a major push to get students back in the classroom, but doing so in a safe and healthy way requires a major investment by the federal government. I'm proud to support this legislation because it makes this critical investment in our nation's future. The bill provides $130 billion for K-12 education, almost double the level of funding provided through the CARES Act and the December relief package, including almost $30 billion to address learning loss. This will help New Jersey schools to repair their outdated ventilation systems, purchase PPE, and hire new staff to sanitize and clean school facilities. The bill also provides $40 billion for institutions of higher education, with an emphasis on those that serve Pell Grant recipients. I was honored this morning to be the keynote speaker for a virtual convening of New Jersey's 18 community colleges, and I know that this relief package will help them to recover from this pandemic and succeed going forward. So workers all around the country have also been greatly impacted by COVID-19. New Jersey was one of the states hit hardest by the first wave of the pandemic in March and April, and we still have one of the nation's highest unemployment rates. This bill will go far to ensure that our workers receive the nutrition, childcare, and healthcare assistance that they need to support their families in these tough times. It also ensures that our workers are finally put on a path to a $15 per hour minimum wage by 2025, which will lift millions of hardworking Americans out of poverty and into the middle class. So I appreciate the hard work my fellow members have put into this legislation. I'm excited to pass this package into law and to provide our communities with the support that they desperately need. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. I don't see anyone on the minority side seeking recognition. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, my constituents in Macomb and Oakland County, Michigan are suffering. Too many are struggling to put food on the table. Too many are facing eviction. The small businesses into which they've poured their hearts and souls are closing. They're worried that their kids have fallen behind in school and they're figuring out how they can afford childcare. Working people are afraid they'll get sick at work or make their family sick when they come home from work. These aren't small problems. These are enormous, stay up all night at your kitchen table worrying about your family's future kind of problems. I think most of us have faced those kinds of challenges. I know my family has. I'm the father of 4 kids, and my dad and my mother-in-law are both 89 years old. The question we're faced with now is, Are we going to help those families, or are we going to make them go it alone? And if we don't respond in a way that meets the scale of the crises facing our communities, what are the consequences? We know what will happen with respect to the virus itself if we don't meet this moment, because we saw what happened when the last administration did nothing to stop it. We're nearing 500,000 American deaths, 500,000 moms, dads, neighbors, coworkers, friends. We also know what will happen to the economy if we don't meet this moment. Experts have been clear that it may be over a decade before unemployment returns to pre-pandemic levels if we don't act. Now is the time for us to invest in students, in workers, in families, so we can avoid years of economic stagnation and suffering. If we aim too low, Mr. Chairman, the financial consequences will be catastrophic. They'll be long-lasting, and they'll be borne by the families who can least afford it. We have a chance not just to get folks the one-time resources they need to get through the pandemic, but also to give millions of Americans a forever raise. The bill before us would raise the minimum wage gradually to $15 an hour by 2025 and eliminate sub-minimum wage for tipped workers, workers with disabilities, and students. That means higher pay for 27 million low-wage workers. It means lifting nearly 1 million people out of poverty. It means an extra $333 billion in the pockets of affected workers and their families. Money that in turn will accelerate our economic recovery. Because, Mr. Chairman, low-wage workers spend money when they get it because they need to meet their needs. If you ask me, the choice is clear, and it's clear to the American people too. A Quinnipiac poll found last week that 68% of Americans, almost 7 in 10, support this relief bill. We have an opportunity with this bill to give our constituents the relief they've been waiting for nearly a year. A vote for this bill is a vote to answer their call. A vote against it is a vote telling our constituents to just keep waiting. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Next on the list is the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your leadership in bringing this legislation to our committee today, and to the committee for listening to my thoughts about it. And they are this: New Mexicans and Americans are waiting for us to act, and this bill responds to their pleas. We've waited too long to crush the pandemic and recover. New Mexicans and Americans continue to experience the unprecedented loss and suffering, and those problems are complex and interrelated. This bill addresses many facets of that loss, from providing funding for survivors of domestic and child abuse, which has increased under the pandemic, to protecting our workers and creating a minimum wage that is consistent across the nation. You know, New Mexicans increased the minimum wage, and it has not hurt small businesses as many threatened. But we need all workers living in all states to have a living wage. This pandemic has exposed and worsened inequities in our education system. We know that all students, but especially low-income students, students of color, Native Americans, English language learners, and students with disabilities have lost from 4 to 12 months of learning. The bill ensures school districts spend at least 20% of the funds they receive to address learning loss, as set out in the Learning Recovery Act that Chairman Scott and I and others introduced earlier this month. Teachers have taken on an enormous task of teaching hybrid, remote, and in-person in the middle of a pandemic. They teach without sufficient resources and often worry about their safety. This is our job to support them. And this bill does that by including $130 billion for K through 12 schools. In New Mexico, I expect the State Department of Education to prioritize spending on those most at risk students, to prioritize the Yazzie remedies. You know, our Yazzie v. Martinez students must have an adequate education, and these funds can help. The funds we authorize today are an investment in our future, an investment in our children. I look to our future and to receiving the reports next year and those after about how our actions today help solve this crisis of inadequate education. We also desperately need the $150 million included in the bills for schools funded by the Bureau of Indian Education and the $10 million for Native American language. My district is nearly 20% Native American, and they speak Tewa, Towa, Tiwa, Keres, Navajo, Apache, and they learn at BIA operated and funded schools in rural communities. Let me be clear. We've underfunded BIE for years, and many Native American students were falling behind even before the pandemic. So this emergency BIA funding is overdue because we failed to live up to our trust obligations for too long. And we must also ensure that the learning recovery funds that I spoke about earlier are available for tribally based programs, and that will help tremendously. But we can't talk about education if we don't also talk about childcare. I invite all my colleagues to come to New Mexico. 1 out of every 3 children in my state lives in poverty. Let's let that sink in. 1 in 3. These are children of working parents in New Mexico who don't have access to reliable, quality, affordable childcare. It affects our economy and our children's development. And this bill allocates a much needed $39 billion to childcare providers. It prioritizes assistance to families who can't afford tuition and provides $1 billion to Head Start. As a little girl, I attended Head Start, where I fell in love with learning. Let's make sure that all children have the same opportunity for early childhood education that is nurturing and that is safe. And students can't learn if they're hungry. New Mexico has one of the highest child food insecurity rates in the nation. 1 of every 4 children struggle with hunger. The bill invests more than $5 billion to provide food benefits to help families with children who are eligible for free and reduced school lunch. If we listen to our hearts and act from a place of love for our communities, we know that we must help the hungriest families put food on the table. There are many aspects of this bill that I could praise, but I wanted to focus on education, childcare, nutrition, because they are so important to creating opportunities for New Mexicans. Let's join together. Let's pass this bill for our teachers, for our students, for our communities, for those most in need. Our work is before us today to say help is on the way. I say in Nuevo Mexico, ahora es cuando, which means it's time now. It's time now to rescue our schools and our economy. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. As a new member of the Committee on Education and Labor, it is fitting that my first markup addresses the COVID-19 pandemic that has ravaged our nation and impacted education at every level. Nearly 1 year ago, COVID-19 forced both school systems in my district, North Carolina 6, to shut down in order to keep teachers, students, administrators, and families safe. Since then, students have had to learn from home, and educators and parents have worked overtime to help students learn in virtual settings. I've heard from countless parents and teachers how tough this has been on kids and how critical it is for us to get kids back to in-person learning. And despite Herculean efforts made by students and educators, parents, and administrators, distance learning has created an achievement gap for many students that continues to grow. This bill helps to address both these issues by allocating nearly $130 billion to help K-12 schools reopen safely and by reserving funds for activities to address learning loss. We can't get our students back to school if we aren't willing to invest in the safety measures necessary to keep students and educators healthy. And we can't get parents back to work and our economy moving again until we get kids back to school. This is a critical investment that we must make immediately. This bill also addresses the hardships that this pandemic has placed on institutions of higher education by allocating nearly $40 billion to institutions of higher education that have struggled as a result of campus closures. My district is home to 13 colleges and universities, including 3 HBCUs and 2 community colleges. And this bill sets aside 7.5% of the higher education funding for HBCUs and minority-serving institutions like NC-A&T State University and Winston-Salem State University and Bennett College. And it requires 50% of the funding institutions received to be used on emergency financial aid grants to students, providing them with critical support during this time of hardship. I have visited emergency food pantries set up at our universities and seen how students are struggling to afford food to eat with colleges closed. This funding will help our higher education institutes operate through the pandemic while allowing students to get the food they need and remain housed. These and other essential investments made in this bill will help our students, our families, our educators, our school support staff, and administrators get back to school and get back to work safely. Together, we can build our country back stronger and more equitably than before. But to do so, we must invest in the next generation through targeted and equitable COVID-19 relief policies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Young lady's time has expired. The gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, Mr. Sablon.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I associate myself with those who spoke in support of this bill. I can still remember that very sad day it was for me when we had a hearing about the dilapidated state of Indian country schools just a couple of years ago, where schools have no heater during the winter months and who have sometimes lack school equipment desks to allow their students to come in and get a good education. And this bill gives $150 million to Bureau of Indian Education, which will give Indian country schools money to improve services to students, but also allow these schools to be improved and maintained. Finally, Mr. Chairman, a good step in that direction. In addition, for the Congressional Research Service, in addition to, for the Marianas would get around $160 million of assuming US DOE Title I based reconciliation formula applies for states to the outlying areas. That's 18.83% of $850 million. I have in my office a copy of that first check of $28 million made when we had the Recovery Act, a first piece of investment towards education in my district. And I still have that copy of that check today. It is, Mr. Chairman, I must thank you. Thank you very much and for all the work you've done in getting this bill prepared. And hopefully today we will vote for its approval. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you and the members and the staff that have worked so hard on this portion of the reconciliation and the concurrent resolution. It is vital. Let's not forget that this pandemic, COVID has opened up a portal, a door, a window, whatever we want to call it, and exposed for us and for the American people and certainly for the members of Congress the dire needs and the disparities that are out there. Embedded throughout this reconciliation is the issue of equity, the issue of targeting the greatest need, the issue of fairness, and with the minimum wage, a significant anti-poverty initiative on the part of this committee and this Congress. What that portal and that window exposed also is the fact that the role that Congress has right now and our government has, federal government has right now, is to be the supportive arm and the supportive partner for the American families and Americans across this nation. the blame game. Is it the educators' fault that the schools are not open? No. Is it some other political reason, ideological reason? No. Schools need to be open, but schools need the resources to be safe, to be secure, and to provide to mothers and fathers and grandpas and like me the security and the understanding that in-person instruction is going to be not only important and necessary so our kids don't fall further behind, but that it's going to be done in a safe environment, safe for all participants, educators, students, and their families. The other thing I want to talk about is let's not forget that this reconciliation process is not new. The Republican majority will use this reconciliation process to push to a $2 trillion tax cut to the richest of the rich and to corporate America. And now we are being asked to approach almost an equal number of investment in the American people. We're being asked to spend on the people that were left behind from those tax cuts. I think it's only fair. And this pandemic and COVID not only has exposed equity issues, but it has also exposed the need for this government of ours, this Congress, to be able to respond to the American people in crisis like this, to provide the resources for our schools, to provide the resources for prevention and preparedness for future episodes of epidemics, to provide to the children and to the poor and to the working poor in this country, not a same disparate treatment, but a different treatment in which we provide opportunity. This resolution before us does that. It moves us away from the status quo, which would not work. We can't just replicate what was there, but takes us in a direction in which we are fully funding and beginning the process of inclusion, equity, and more importantly, beginning to crush this epidemic that has destroyed our economy and is approaching 5 million souls that we've lost in this country. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your hard work on this. Congratulate you on it and yield back.
Thank you. That appears to be the last person seeking recognition generally on the amendment in nature of a substitute. I'm advised that gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, wants to speak.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I want to add my comments to all of my colleagues who have spoken in support of this amendment. It is something that we need to do. Families in my district in North Carolina are struggling. Children are hungry. And while there is light at the end of the tunnel with the vaccine and COVID-19, families are still in the tunnel. So I want to say, Mr. Chair, that this bill is absolutely necessary to save our families, to enhance their well-being. Now is the time for all good men and all good women and the government, for the people, by the people, of the people, who can make a difference for these individuals to do so. This is the time when we look and we see that hunger has just exacerbated in our communities. In my district, well before COVID, 164,000 citizens were food insecure. 50,000 of those are children who would go to bed hungry every night. And of course, COVID has exacerbated that. I want for every working American to be able to make the ends meet and not have to work 2 and 3 jobs because working hard is not enough. This is something that we need to do. There are so many good things that will happen to our communities if we pass this bill. And I'm encouraging everyone to search your soul. to be committed enough to those citizens who are committed enough to vote for us, to help save them in this time. This is the time for us to come to their aid and to assist them in their time of need. Now is the time. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Generally, time has expired. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. So we'll move to amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute. Does anyone wish to offer an amendment? I noticed the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, has, we'll consider a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Joe Courtney, and I appreciate the recognition. I do have an amendment at the desk in the form of a manager's amendment.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Courtney of Connecticut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated,
Connecticut is recognized for 5 minutes in support of its amendment.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as you stated, this is a manager's amendment, which is just to make some technical fixes to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. It's 3 pages, and most of these glitches were identified by Ledge Council, and so it really was just sort of honing the language. But again, very quickly, again, it makes sure that after-school programs are going to be included in the funding for schools over the next 2.5 years, which this bill provides. We know that they've been doing great work for many years in terms of addressing remediation and learning loss, which is obviously going to be a big job for our schools as we get hopefully on the other side of the pandemic. It makes some technical changes to the funding through the Elder Justice Act, which is to, again, clarify that the Ombudsman program, which operates in all 50 states. Many members, I'm sure, are familiar with the Ombudsman, the great work they do to protect elderly patients in nursing homes, which is obviously probably the hardest hit population in the pandemic. And again, there's some clarifying language to, again, make sure that those programs, which again operate at the state level, will receive funding from the Elder Justice Act provisions of the law. And lastly, it makes some very technical changes to the LIHEAP program. Again, the bill boosts LIHEAP, which is obviously in the cold weather that we're all going through in most of the parts of the country, is critical, particularly for working families, some of whom have experienced job losses. So again, it's a very technical amendment that, again, just sort of provides clarifying language to the amendment the chairman just offered a few minutes ago. And again, it's to help carry out the mission of this law, of this bill, which is to address the pandemic and all the economic fallout. And with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Are there any members who wish to be recognized on the manager's amendment? If not, the questions on the manager's amendment offered by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
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 All opposed, say no.
No.
Yes, yes, sir.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the manager's amendment is adopted. We're going to delay for a second. We have several amendments that we've just gotten, and we've got to, we're going to try to put them in order. And staff will notify me when we're ready, but it'll be a couple of minutes. So if people will just stand by, we'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Need to unmute.
I'm unmuted.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my understanding is you've had the amendments for over 2 hours, and you know, very often amendments are handed out on the floor or in the committee as we are considering them. So we don't understand what is the problem with your delay.
Let me see, do we have the First Amendment ready?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to present my amendment. Amendment number 11, Allen. Where's number 11? Okay, it's amendment number 1, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
I can't see who's seeking recognition.
sorry, Mr. Chairman.
This is Congressman Allen.
Just a minute. Somebody else?
Yeah, it's Suzanne Bonamici.
Uh-huh.
Did you call up an amendment?
I have not yet. We just passed the Courtney Amendment. We have not called up an amendment yet.
Okay.
And we're about to call up an amendment in about a minute.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to present my amendment.
Okay, well.
This is Congressman Allen.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Mr. Allen, do you only have one, do you have just one amendment?
That is correct.
Yeah, he just has one amendment. We ready to go? Mr. Allen, are you prepared? I think you've been prepared.
Yes, sir.
The bill is open for amendments. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for his amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Hold on. Gentlelady from Oregon,
I reserve a point of order.
point of order is reserved. This gentleman from Georgia,
All right, Mr. Chairman, I have Amendment 11 at the desk.
clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Allen of Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, parents across the country are begging to know when their children will return to the classroom. If you ask the scientists, they will tell you the answer is it must be today. In a piece in the American Medical Association journal, CDC researchers wrote, the preponderance of available evidence from the fall school semester has been reassuring. They went on to say there has been little evidence that schools have contributed meaningfully to increased community transmission. Further, a second CDC report found with proper mitigation strategies, K through 12 schools might be capable of opening for in-person learning with minimal in-school transmission of SARS-CoV-2. While the views of the scientists are clear, I am confused by the Democrat views on whether schools should reopen. And I'm not the only one. A Washington Post article last week observed that the messaging from the administration has been a bit of a muddled mess. The title of that article was The Biden Administration's Muddled Messaging on Reopening Schools. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit this article for the record.
Without objection.
Unfortunately, the reason for this muddled messaging from Democrats is clear. They seem to understand that schools can and should reopen safely, but they're caught between children and families who desperately need schools to reopen and their teacher union allies. And so far, they're siding with the unions, who have made loud and clear that students will not return to the classroom until their demands have been met, regardless of the merit. What are these demands? Well, according to over 30 teachers unions, including those representing some of the largest districts in the country, millions of students will have to wait to return to school until their police department has been defunded, rent has been canceled, and a number of other demands have been implemented on their socialist wish list. Thus far, all the talk we hear about following the science and taking the side of the unions, Democrats are ignoring the science and pandering to a constituency whose priority is certainly not our children. While Democrats persist on being a microphone for their political allies, Republicans will be the voice of our nation's students and their parents. This is why I'm offering this amendment, which requires federal relief funding be directed to schools that have an in-person learning option. This amendment would guarantee a percentage of school district share of taxpayer dollars, regardless of their operating status. But in order to receive their full share, school districts would have to require schools to offer in-person instruction at least 50% of the time and at least 50% capacity. I've been saying since last summer that families should have the option of in-person learning. Forced remote learning offered by school districts has been an abysmal failure, and our nation's children are falling behind. It's time to get them back in the classroom. I am proud of education leaders in my district who have stepped up to the plate to get our kids back into the classroom, to give them the option of in-person learning. They are taking the utmost precaution to allow children to safely learn at school. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone wish to be recognized in opposition? I recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. Schools aren't opening safely because we passed legislation or we hope they can open safely. They open safely because we put in the resources to make it happen. The GAO issued a report last spring that pointed out that 40% of the school districts in this country need to repair or replace the HVAC systems in a majority of their schools. 40% of the school districts in this country need to repair or replace the heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems in a majority of their schools. You cannot have students sitting up in a classroom where someone may be infected and have improper ventilation. You got to fix the ventilation. So you can't open until the ventilation is fixed. You can't open safely if the students are seated like they normally are. They have to be spread out. That means smaller class sizes. That means more teachers and more money. You can't you can't open safely unless you have the PPEs, the masks and whatnot, and disinfectant. You can't open safely unless you have the personnel. That is, you need school nurses, counselors, and you can't open safely. You can't get the students to the school safely unless you have fewer students on the bus. You can't have 40 and 45 students on a bus safely. You have to have more trips. That takes resources. So you can't open safely until you get this money to open safely. That's why the money is in there. And if they have the resources, they will be able to open safely. That's why, and so you put people in a situation where you're forcing them to open, whether it's safe or not. A lot of schools can open safely if they've got the resources, but just passing a bill, open up your schools, or we'll cut your funding, or you won't get any funding, is not a prescription for opening them safely. So I would hope that we would defeat this amendment. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the.
Hold on.
Mr. Chairman.
Wait a minute. Somebody else seek recognition?
Yeah, this,
Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Greg Murphy seeking recognition.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
I would yield to my dear colleague, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, in response to the changes in the HVAC systems, the states have been awarded billions of dollars. I know in the state of Georgia, we have provided the funding to put the necessary filtration in every school in our district and across the state. I mean, it's all about leadership here and putting your priorities in order. I mean, we're talking about children missing an entire year of school here. This is, and why governors across the country aren't responding to this. I mean, states are still holding that money. This is, I mean, this is beyond incompetence here. I don't, for the life of me, understand why the states aren't taking the federal money they've already received, put the filtration in these schools, and these schools can open and give the parents the option to send their children back to school. This is just common sense. It's not rocket science here. I mean, really, it's very frustrating to see states doing what they're doing. I mean, closing down businesses. I mean, they're in horrible financial shape. And other states are figuring out a way to fight this thing. I mean, you can either surrender or you can fight. And Americans fight. And I'm tired of hearing this across the nation about these states who are just shut down and their numbers are going up. It makes no sense. We have to get our children back in school, and I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition? Does anyone else seek recognition?
Yes, this is Bob Good. I would like to be recognized.
Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
I speak in support of this motion. We have learned after a year now who is at greatest risk and what the risks are. The science does not demonstrate that kids are at demonstrable or measurable risk by being in school. You cannot point to schools that are open in person and show a demonstrated higher risk of infection. We say that we want to put children first. It's clear if we're going to put children first, we're going to let them return to school. Learning is essential. Teaching is essential. Remote learning is not a viable option for far too many of our students. For those who are at risk, who are disadvantaged, those who have lack of family support or parents who can stay home and supervise remote learning, those who do not have adequate access to broadband connectivity. We have already lost, as others have noted, a year of learning. We've got to reopen now. It is a travesty to give more money to our schools who insist on refraining from opening in person, and we've got to pass this amendment. It will make the bill much stronger, and I yield back.
Mute. Gentleman's time has expired. Anyone else seek recognition? If not,
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
gentlelady withdraws a point of order. Anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
Oh.
No.
No.
The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled. Are we ready for the next amendment?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an amendment, Murphy Amendment number 12 at the desk. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry, I
I'd like to
couldn't find-
offer amendment.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find the mute button. Gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to offer Murphy Amendment number 12 at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Murphy of North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Murphy, do you have more than one amendment?
I do.
Okay, make sure we have the right amendment. This is Murphy 12.
This is Murphy 12, correct.
Gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to offer an amendment to prohibit school districts from receiving funds under the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund if they are not open for in-person instruction for vulnerable chairmen. While I'm saddened that my colleague's amendment to reopen schools for all students was opposed by the majority, I hope that we can all agree that those most vulnerable to the harms caused by school closures should still have a chance to return to the classroom. The rapid shift to online learning has revealed just how large the homework gap is for our students. While those with access to remote devices and high-speed internet were better equipped to face the challenges of online learning, those without access are falling further and further behind. According to recent data from the National Center for Education Statistics, 14% of children ages 3 to 18 do not have internet access at home and are facing difficulty completing assignments online. 17% of kids live in households without a laptop or a desktop computer. At least 11 million students do not have a computer for online learning at all. Unfortunately, those students without this access are the ones who can least afford to fall behind as well. According to a 2018 study by the Pew Research Center, 35% of low-income households with school-age children do not have access to high-speed internet. In addition, closed schools have a particular challenge for students with disabilities and their families. Often, the specialized instruction and related services needed by students with disabilities to thrive in the educational setting cannot be replicated online. Closed schools are robbing millions of students the educational access guaranteed to them by federal law. We know that education is a key factor in promoting upward mobility and fostering future success, which is why it is crucial that we ensure all disadvantaged students return to the classroom as quickly as possible. Like Republicans, I know my Democratic colleagues care deeply for our most disadvantaged students, which is why I'm offering this amendment to require federal funding to go to schools that reopen for vulnerable populations as defined by ESSA. This amendment does not make relief funding contingent on allowing all students to return to the classroom. However, it does require that those being harmed the most be allowed to get the education that they so desperately need and deserve. We cannot sit idly by while our children continue to fall behind. If we truly want to help those in need, then I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone seek recognition in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Young lady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to this amendment.
Young ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is just another political stunt by my Republican colleagues to deny funding to school districts unless in-person instruction is available to certain subgroups of students, including students of color, low-income students, and students with disabilities. Clearly, if you're going to make those kinds of distinctions, this is discriminatory. And so while I commend my colleague from North Carolina to focus on vulnerable students, I was a vulnerable student. I've taught vulnerable students, so I know the population that you speak of. But I must remind the gentleman that the reason schools haven't fully opened is because the Trump administration failed to get the virus under control. So students from the subgroups this amendment considers are from communities hardest hit by this pandemic and schools that need additional funds to ensure that these schools are well served. Withholding funds unless in-person instruction is offered to certain groups is nonsensical. Schools need funding to pay for substantial resources to implement mitigation strategies, including repairing ventilation systems, consistent mask wearing, physical distancing, hand hygiene, cleaning and disinfecting, contact tracing, and much, much more. I have a daughter who is a principal of a school, and they're facing these kinds of discrepancies right now. And she works with students that you make reference to. So House Democrats fought to pass numerous pieces of legislation to help states and districts reopen, respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. States operated for nearly 10 months without proper guidance and support from this last administration. So I'm going to urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I do. This is Congressman Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield my 5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, for a response.
Gentleman from North Carolina, I'm sorry. Gentleman's on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Allen. While I appreciate the sentiments expressed by my colleague from North Carolina, I must respectfully disagree. We have instances where all of these interventions and other types of procedures have been successfully done throughout Europe, where they have gone back to school for many, many months. They do not have the teachers' unions. They do not have the other obstructionists that are preventing students from learning. We've seen this happen here in the United States, where private and parochial schools have managed to stay open this entire time without any type of epidemic problems or pandemic problems. We've seen that this can be done. We need to stop the excuses. We need to stop all the nonsense. We need to get our kids back in school, stop ruining their futures, and stop playing games. Thank you. I would yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, this is Kathy Manning,
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to my colleague from North Carolina, I do believe he is putting the cart before the horse. He is asking that money go only to those schools that are open. But the reason schools aren't open is because they don't have the resources to open safely. Let's get those schools the resources they need to open safely, and let's get their teachers vaccinated so that everyone will be safe and can stay healthy when they return to school. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield
This
back.
could go on all day.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, I recognize myself briefly for a statement, and I want to thank the gentleman from North Carolina for his amendment. And I agree with him that we need to open the schools. The achievement for all students is much better when it's in person, particularly the vulnerable students that he's talking about. They have access to better nutrition. The social skills can be learned. You can't learn them if you're stuck at home. Child abuse can be detected. And we all know we're not going to fix the economy unless we open the schools. That's all true. But you don't fix it by just passing legislation requiring the schools to be open. It has to be done safely. And that's why the resources in this bill are so important to get to the schools so that they can open safely. And rather than guess about the time to open safely, we need to follow the CDC guidelines. I'm confident now that the CDC will not be under political pressure to change its recommendations, as the public record reflects that they were under pressure in the previous administration to amend their language. There's a couple of times that they were seen to change the language in their reports based on pressure from the White House. I don't think that's going to be happening now, and we need to follow those CDC guidelines. But legislation is not the answer, and I would hope that we would appreciate the need to open the schools, as the gentleman from North Carolina has explained, but not do it this way and defeat the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Seek recognition, gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I support everything you just said, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to share some information that teachers in Europe are overwhelmingly unionized. The difference between Europe and the United States is not that they don't have teachers unions. It's that the government and the teachers unions work together to reopen schools safely by doing things like massively vaccinating teachers or testing regimes or whatever. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I can't.
This is Bob Good. Seeking
Gentleman from
recognition, please.
Virginia. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is not a question of resources. In many cases, these Catholic schools, these private schools, these Christian schools are spending far less per student than the public schools that are not open. And so this is not a question of resources. In too many cases, it's a question of school boards or school administrators or teachers simply being unwilling to reopen. As a parent of a child who was on an IEP, I understand how those who struggle with learning are not adequately served by remote learning, and they need to be in the classroom, they need to be in person. And so we need to reopen in order to best serve these high-risk students. And I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Wait, excuse me, gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you. Point of
Hey,
order is withdrawn.
Mr. Chair, I was trying to be recognized.
I'm sorry. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
I just wanted to add, it sounds like the Democrat members and the Republican members want the same thing, and that's for children to be back in school. They've acknowledged in all of their presentations the learning loss, the stress and trauma on children, the ineffectiveness of virtual and remote learning. So I would say let's put in the resources to make sure those things happen. I also struggled during this hearing as we're talking about sending kids back and hailing teachers as heroes in one hand, but talking about teachers unions as the obstructors. Teachers unions are made up of teachers. The resources that we're trying to put in place to send kids back to school, they'll have teachers to greet them. So I just ask that we continue to acknowledge the hard work of educators throughout this country since this pandemic started and give them the resources that they need and support them in their efforts to educate our children. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Anyone else seek recognition?
And it reflects a very different view of democracy, a fear of democracy.
I'm sorry. Someone seeking recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Say no. No.
No.
Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested, and that vote will be rolled. You see, the next amendment is to be offered by the gentlelady from California, Ms. Steele. Do you have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment RAMDT 13 at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mrs. Steele of California.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Fox, over the last year, the coronavirus pandemic has disrupted nearly every aspect of our society, especially our children's education. We've debated 2 amendments urging school districts to reopen to provide students the in-person instruction they need. The first was a broad amendment that would ensure at least half of all students can be in the classroom at least half of the time. Next, we offer the second option to prioritize the most vulnerable students. Now we are trying one last time to focus reopening requirements on the availability of vaccines for the teachers. I believe that teachers should be prioritized for vaccines and should be vaccinated as quickly as possible. We owe that to teachers, many of whom don't care about politics of reopening and are eager to serve their students and communities. Many states are already taking the lead in that effort. As of February 8th, at least 26 states, including California, where I came from, as well as the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, have made some or all teachers eligible for the vaccine. But even in some of those states, schools wanting to reopen have faced roadblock after roadblock. My amendment would require schools to reopen as soon as vaccines are made available to teachers. This amendment does not require all teachers to be vaccinated. Rather, it requires them to return to serving our students in the classroom once they have the ability to protect themselves from this virus to the great extent possible. To be clear, the experts have said that reopening schools should not wait until all teachers are vaccinated. Just last week, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said, quote, vaccination of teachers is not a prerequisite for safe reopening schools. In Orange County, California, when I was chair of the Board of Supervisors, we safely allowed schools to reopen in early September. Children have been able to go to school in person safely, and there have been no significant COVID-19 outbreaks. Mr. Chairman, virtual education can be effective, and it should continue to be an option for families that choose it. But forced remote learning offered by school systems that are unprepared to provide it effectively is only hurting our kids. This is a common sense amendment, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? If not,
Mr. Chairman,
I can't, who's seeking recognition?
this is Mr. Allen.
Okay, someone on our side would be recognized first, then you could be recognized.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. And I move to strike the last word. This amendment is another problem to prohibit funding of school districts that do not open after teachers are vaccinated. Decisions over whether schools operate in person or remotely should be based on science, not in response to federal law. In ensuring our schools educators receive a vaccine is an important step forward, and it is certainly a measure of whether or not the schools can open safely. But it's just one piece of safely opening and transitioning to in-person learning. Safely reopening schools is also a means of providing schools the resources that they need to effectively do physical distancing, consistent mask wearing, ventilation, COVID-19 testing, and contact tracing. In fact, the CDC has provided estimates of what is needed to implement some of these health protocols in our schools. This amendment would prohibit schools from getting critical resources to implement these public health protocols. And as a result, this amendment would make it much more difficult for schools to reopen for in-person instruction. The best way to ensure that our schools can safely reopen is by providing the money in this bill that President Biden has requested to help schools implement public health guidance and plan for a safe reopening of in-person schools. So I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time. Is anyone else, Mr. Allen, did you want to seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Allen, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I speak in favor of this amendment. Just last week, the Biden administration's hand-picked CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, said, quote, vaccination of teachers is not a prerequisite for safe reopening of schools, unquote. Of course, the next day, the White House press secretary inexplicably tried to walk that statement back, saying that Dr. Walensky, quote, spoke to this in her personal capacity, despite the fact that Dr. Walensky made those comments at an official White House coronavirus briefing. But in the interest of seeking a solution to the challenges faced by students shut out of their school buildings now for more than a year, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to at least take this first step, and let's get these kids back to school. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
I request to be recognized.
Just, does anyone on our side seek recognition? If not, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
And I yield my time to the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Steele.
Thank you very much. You know, we've been listening about the funding. All the schools need funding more than ever. That's what I heard. That's why this great bill, actually amendment that, you know, we couldn't pass or we will pass. The total cost of implementing the CDC's recommended mitigation strategies is approximately $25 billion. So far, Congress has appropriated a total of nearly $70 billion in dedicated K-12 funding for
he was
coronavirus
recognized.
relief. And that doesn't include additional funds provided to governors, much of which has also been spent on K-12 schools. In other words, Congress has already provided significant more funding than the CDC said it is needed. So why we're just talking about funding? We really have to support all the schools open. Funding is there, and funding is actually more than double of CDC recommended. So we really have to help our students to go back to school. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question, excuse me,
Mr.
Lady from
Chairman.
Oregon.
Yes, I withdraw my point of order. Thank you.
Thank you. The question now is on the, does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. Favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request the recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled. Let's see, the next,
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla,
next amendment is that the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller. Does the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller, have an amendment?
On sound right now.
I'm sorry. Is she with us? I think she's on mute. Yeah, on mute.
We're working on the problem, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
But stand by.
Okay. Next amendment we offered by the gentlelady from Illinois, Mrs. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, there's a technical difficulty, so they're working on it.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I'm next in line. Bob Good, I can go if that would help the proceedings.
Okay, how's that? Am I on? Mr. Chairman, I have amendment RAMDT 14.
Yes, the gentlelady has an amendment at the desk, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady from Oregon, Ms.
Mr. Chairman,
Bonamici,
I reserve a point of order.
point of order is reserved. And the gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, Americans agree that the key to reopening our schools is doing so safely. Guidelines to reopen schools have been laid out by the CDC along with funding provided by the federal government, yet many schools have remained closed. CDC estimates tell us that implementing the recommended mitigation strategies in pre-K through 12th grade schools should cost between $55 and $442 per student. There are approximately 51 million public school students and another approximately 6 million private school students. Using the top of this range, the total cost of implementing the CDC's recommended mitigation strategies is approximately $25 billion. Congress has made implementing these strategies more than possible through nearly $70 billion in dedicated K through 12 funding for coronavirus relief. And that doesn't include the additional funds provided to governors, much of which has also been spent on K through 12 schools. Guidelines to reopen schools have been laid out by the CDC along with funding provided by the federal government, yet many schools have remained closed. That being said, Congress has already provided significantly more funding than the CDC says is necessary to reopen schools. Even if we assume some of the federal school aid is also meant to offset lost state and local operating revenue, and some is meant to support interventions in the months and years ahead to support learning loss recovery, the argument that Congress has shortchanged schools as they cope with COVID-19 does not stand up to scrutiny. CDC guidelines show that school reopening is safe and possible, yet certain schools have chosen to remain closed indefinitely. This has left many students without an adequate in-person education. All students deserve the option to attend school in person. The option of in-person instruction is a lost opportunity that leaves already struggling, vulnerable students further behind. It is time for us to empower families to access the education that is best for their children. This is why I'm offering an amendment to allow ESSER funds to go towards an education savings account if a student's school does not open for in-person instruction. This will give parents and families the option to redirect money to whatever educational opportunity their children will pursue if their school is closed for in-person instruction. Currently, this money is going towards schools that remain closed, and parents should have the opportunity to keep the money where it is or reassess. Mr. Chairman, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment that will help provide every child the opportunity to go to school, receive top-notch education, and strive for success. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone seek recognition in opposition? Gentleman from
Joe
New York,
Morelli.
Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli.
Yes,
Gentleman
thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, the amendment, as I understand it, prohibits funding to school districts unless 100% is in-person instruction and requires each state receive funding to open up an educational savings account to divert funding from public schools to private schools effectively. First of all, schools aren't closed. I know in my state and in my community, every school district is open and providing educational services the best that they can. Question of whether or not the students are physically in the school is a different matter, certainly, but everyone is working very hard to make sure our children have instruction. We know there's challenges with this. We know about the distance learning problems, particularly for communities of color. But in many cases, some school districts, particularly urban poor districts, don't have the resources that allow them to open safely, which is why this plan is so important. $170 billion President Biden has requested to reopen schools safely, and that would help them implement public health guidance, plans for safe reopening, and provide in-person learning, something that we all think is vitally important, but not to be done without the proper precautions, without the proper resource to do it. This bill would do this, and other elements of the American Rescue Plan. I'd also just note, in my state, in New York, and frankly, I remember a time when the Republican Party actually was talking about local control, states' rights, instead of the federal government reaching its long arm in and dictating to local communities about what they have to do. I guess it depends on which subject you're talking about, but in my mind, this should apply here. In New York, we don't have vouchers. Other states may. That's their right to do it. I object to it as a matter of public policy. We have charter schools, but even in our state, charters are public charters, and they are not-for-profit schools, and they have lotteries to determine which children go to the charter schools if you choose to do it. Vouchers drive money away from the public systems. They are intended by design to weaken the public education system and to divert money away from the public system. So this is, in my view, wholly inappropriate. We should allow resources to flow from the federal government to local school districts, to states, so they can work in the way that they feel is most appropriate. And in those states that, despite what I may think of them, have vouchers, I guess that's their business. That's up to the state and local community. But in New York, we don't have them. This would essentially mandate vouchers in states that don't have that as a part of public policy and don't view them as being appropriate. So I would strongly object to this amendment. And I would note, just parenthetically, that many of the private schools receive funding under the Paycheck Protection Program. In fact, according to one analysis by the Small Business Administration, the private schools receive taxpayer funding totaling somewhere between $2.67 billion and $6.47 billion. I don't know why that range is so large, but that's information we got from the Small Business Administration. What we're really trying to do is help our public school systems, help get kids back to school in places where they haven't been able to do that in person, particularly to help drive resources towards the school districts that have really struggled, which is the poor districts. In my community in Rochester, New York, the only school district that doesn't have in-person is the city school district, which struggles. It is a school largely made up of children of color, and we want them desperately to get back. But we got to make sure we got to make sure that the buildings are safe, that we have a safe plan to be able to return them. And I would strongly urge passage of the American Rescue Plan, because that's the first real effort by the federal government, by the administration, any administration, to really deal with this in a comprehensive way. And I only wish that the prior president had worked very hard, not at demanding that kids go to school where it was unsafe, but demanding that the resources be made available to allow them to do it safely. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's school choice in many places in this country, but this is not just a school choice issue. This is where do we force the taxpayers to send their money? Our colleagues keep using the word resources. Well, resources, that's a synonym for taxpayer dollars, hard-working taxpayer dollars. It's the taxpayers of this country that are funding all of our programs, or we're signing a promissory note for them in all of the money that we're spending. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you could accuse Republicans of wanting to weaken the public school system more. I don't think there's much more that can be done by us to weaken the public school system. It's about as weak as it possibly can be right now. And it isn't because of Republicans, a self-inflicted wound by the people running the public schools and the teachers' unions. The schools that are open have done it without much resources from the taxpayers. They're the citizens of this country who figure out how to solve problems without always turning to the federal government and asking for resources. This is a pretty tired argument. And if we're going to keep going back to the previous administration as examples for what's wrong, let me tell you, we'll give you plenty of examples. As Mr. Allen or someone else said, the CDC director said it's perfectly fine to go back to school. And then her comments were disavowed by the administration and said they were personal information. You guys pick your science. You choose to go along with science when you want to. Let's stop beating up on the previous administration, and we'll not give you examples of the current administration stepping in it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield the rest of my time to the gentlewoman from Illinois in case she has further comments she'd like to make.
Yes, I would like to say.
She's on, okay. You're good.
I am? Okay. I would like to say that the point of my amendment is that using the recommendations from the CDC, what they've recommended for mitigation, Congress has already almost funded triple what they have recommended. And so the point is that the schools do have the resources to open, and students are harmed when schools are not open for in-person instruction.
I think the gentlewoman is ready to.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
Thank you. The gentlelady is yielded back. Are there other comments on the amendment? Gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
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 All opposed will say no.
No.
No. No. No. No.
The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Requested, recorded vote is requested. The next amendment is the gentleman from Virginia. Mr. Good.
At the desk.
Gentleman from, clerk will report the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Gentlelady from Oregon.
I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from, thank you. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we've talked a lot today already about the need to reopen schools. I suspect we'll talk a lot more. But unfortunately, Democrats have repeatedly rejected common sense proposals to ensure that schools are providing in-person instruction that students, again, particularly the most vulnerable students, desperately need. The reopening debates in too many cases in our communities have been needlessly contentious, with mistrust developing between teachers, families, and school officials. As is so often the case, children are caught in the middle. So I'm offering a modest amendment to try to bring some transparency to these conversations. I believe transparency is needed to build trust among teachers and families and ensure that good faith negotiations occur between school districts and teachers unions. In fact, an article last month in the Washington Post highlighted the struggle of reopening schools in our nation's capital. The article was titled, "How DC and its teachers, with shifting plans and demands, failed to reopen schools." And it showed how the local school system failed to adequately engage stakeholders in the community and clearly communicate plans and how the local teachers union seems to continually be moving the goalposts for reopening our schools, as has already been mentioned in previous amendments. Similar stories of conflict have played out in other cities around the country, and in some cases, families are strung along week by week, waiting and hoping that their schools will reopen. This amendment is very simple. It states that every negotiation between a school district receiving funds under the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund and that district's teachers union would have to be documented in writing and then made available to the public. I believe this amendment will encourage all parties involved in reopening schools to negotiate in good faith and will instill more confidence in families that their interests are not forgotten. Mr. Chairman, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlemen's time has expired. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would like to.
Cosette, I'm sorry.
Susan Wild, I'm sorry.
Oh, Ms. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to this amendment.
Please recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is yet another political stunt by my Republican colleagues to deny funding to school districts unless details of labor negotiations are made public. I have to remind my Republican colleagues, as some of my Democratic colleagues already have, that the reason the schools haven't fully reopened and the reason that teachers are concerned about their health and safety is because the Trump administration failed to get the virus under control. The only way for schools to reopen safely is by providing the $170 billion that President Biden has requested. This will help schools implement public health guidance, plan for a safe reopening, and provide in-person learning. While House Democrats fought to pass numerous pieces of legislation, fought to pass numerous pieces of legislation to help states and districts respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, states operated for nearly 10 months without proper guidance and support from the Trump administration. Now, with a partner in the White House, Democrats are working to fully implement President Biden's American Rescue Plan, which includes critical support to schools to implement public health protocols aligned with local public health guidance to safely reopen. But instead of working with Democrats to provide desperately needed relief, Republicans are waging an ideological attack on unions with this amendment. Many jurisdictions already choose to make bargaining with unions public when those unions represent public sector workers, and the appropriateness of those provisions is not in the scope of this legislation. This legislation is about providing crucial funding for schools to reopen safely. This amendment only seeks to leverage the federal government against unions representing public servants. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. The question is on the amendment. Offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
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 All opposed will say nay.
No.
No. No.
Those appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote, please.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. The recorded vote will be taken at the end. The next amendment is offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina, the ranking member. R2, is that your next amendment, Dr. Fox?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Fox.
Young lady from Oregon,
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
point of order reserved. Ms. Fox, you recognize, Dr. Fox, you recognize 5 minutes on behalf of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these provisions create an unprecedented and extremely broad presumption. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes section 2103 and 2104 on workers' compensation COVID-19 presumption. These provisions create an unprecedented, extremely broad presumption that federal and maritime employees who contract COVID-19 have contracted the virus through their employment. Under longstanding law governing federal workers' compensation programs, there is no specific list of injuries or illnesses that are covered by these programs. Claims have always been evaluated on a case-by-case basis, reviewing the medical and supporting evidence provided to support the benefit claim. The unprecedented FICA expansion in the bill is unnecessary because the Department of Labor has already recognized the unique circumstances that COVID-19 imposes on the federal workforce and has issued guidance to address these issues based on long-standing procedures. In 2020, DOL issued 2 bulletins to create new procedures to address the unique nature of COVID-19 claims and maintain a reporting dashboard for employing agency leadership. This creates a more streamlined method for tracking potential high-risk designations and processing applicable claims. Reports about COVID-19 exposure and the FICA program to date have shown that the majority of federal workers who submit claims are being accepted into the program. In June 2020, DOL's Office of Inspector General found that COVID-19 had not affected DOL's ability to meet timeliness and quality performance indicators for claims processing. As of November 2020, more than 4,000 COVID-19 FICA claims were processed and over 85% had been accepted. By striking this provision, this amendment protects the structure and integrity of the FICA program and prevents the unnecessary expenditure of hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. This amendment also ensures that federal employees who contract COVID-19 that can be attributed to contact at work continue to receive the appropriate compensation under the law. The Longshore and Harbor Workers' Compensation Act, LHWCA, covers approximately 50,000 private sector employees in maritime occupation, such as longshore workers, ship repairs, construction workers, and other related jobs performed on navigable waters of the United States or adjoining areas such as piers, docks, and terminals. For maritime workers covered by LHWCA, the Democrat bill also includes a provision which automatically presumes that all workers diagnosed with COVID-19 contracted the disease at work. It's important to note that these private sector workers already have access to unemployment and disability benefits. In addition, the labor unions representing longshore workers, the International Longshoremen's Association and the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, have already negotiated a special fund for COVID claims, which workers have had access to since early 2020. Industry estimates conclude that the cost of this provision on private companies and the federal government will range from $700 million to $1 billion, far more than the Congressional Budget Office estimate of $212 million. This amendment protects private sector businesses from a flood of non-work-related claims and ensures that maritime workers who contract COVID-19 that can be attributed to contact at work continue to receive appropriate compensation under the law. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. There are thousands of federal, postal, and maritime workers who have contracted COVID-19 simply for doing their jobs As of January 24th of this year, over 33,000 postal workers have been diagnosed with COVID-19. Many will need to file a claim for workers' comp to recover medical or lost wages. Others will suffer long-term effects of COVID-19, and some families will need to file death benefit claims. These are federal employees who make our country strong and secure, including employees at the Veterans Health Administration and Indian Health Service care facilities, transportation security officers exposed at airports, letter carriers delivering mails to our home, correction officers employed by the Bureau of Prisons, where the COVID-19 exposure rate is off the chart, Customs and Border Patrol officers and other law enforcement officers, firefighters and first responders, air traffic controllers and food safety inspectors and meat and poultry plants, and many others. The maritime workers have contracted COVID-19 for loading and unloading ships at ports and tolling in shipyards. The workers at highest risk are deep sea longshoremen who do most of the work that requires the lifting and moving of goods. These workers often work in teams or in close contact with each other and often contract COVID-19. A lot of states have already taken action and done the presumption as we have in this bill. The committee print solves the problem because what we're dealing with is a situation where the worker has incurred lost wages and health expenses, and the question is who's supposed to pay them? One of the solutions would be to let the employee sue the employer. Nobody wants that because the problem of proof is so difficult. You got to prove, even in this and in liability, you have to prove that you got it on the job, not on the way to work, not at the bar 2 weeks beforehand. You have to prove that you got it on the job, and that can be a fatal problem in proving your case. And so if you have a presumption, all of the bills can be paid and lost wages can be paid. You know the person is working at a situation where you have a high incidence of exposure, and you're taking care of the workers. The ranking member talked about another estimate. The CBO scores this at about $300 million, which is a small cost to pay for workers who have incurred COVID-19 doing their job, doing the essential work, food and delivery of our mail, essential workers, frontline workers who have regrettably been infected with COVID-19 and incurred lost wages and medical bills that somebody's got to pay. We'd hope we wouldn't leave it to them to have to pay on their own. So I would hope that we would defeat the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there others that we should be recognized? If not, gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Any other, anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the ranking member from North Carolina. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no.
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 Noes appear to
The
have.
ayes must have it, Mr. Chairman.
I heard different, Dr. Cox. I think the noes had it.
Take the earphones off.
The noes appear to have it. The noes have it. And the
Mr. Chairman,
okay.
Mr. Chairman, on that I ask for a recorded vote.
Oh, you don't trust my hearing, okay.
I didn't hear any no's. I didn't hear any no's.
Requested the recorded vote is requested. me see. Next is a gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens. Do you have an amendment? You're on mute.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk. RAM 21.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Owens of Utah.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlelady from Oregon,
thank you. I reserve a point of order.
point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm the son of two educators, a dad who works at Historic College, Florida A&M for 40 years, and a mom who's a junior high school teacher. I was raised in a home that saw firsthand the priorities of caring parents and teachers whose only priority was to make sure their kids was educated. There is no greater priority for our country than ensuring that all students have access to high quality education that prepares them for lifelong lessons, and that's in person. My colleague, Representative Sparks, and I are offering an amendment, RAM 21, that will prohibit funds provided under the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund to be used for any testing mandated under the Title I of Elementary and Secondary Education Act. You'll be hearing from my colleague from Indiana, Victoria Sparks, who has spent a great deal of time and effort on this issue on the state level, where these matters are most important. The ramifications and negative impact that American children are facing for the rest of their lives for being out of school for most of this last year will be disastrous and felt for years to come. Let teachers treasure the little remaining time they have this year to teach, and let children treasure the time to learn instead of preparing for standardized tests. In some ways, I'm reluctant to offer this amendment. This amendment will let our schools and states, districts, our school districts and states off the hook for failing to do the work necessary to reopen schools and provide our children with the education they deserve. However, as we rapidly approach the time of year when most schools administer these standardized assessments required under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, they deserve certainty about the expectations they will face. Mr. Chairman, I'm convinced that forcing this administration of these standardized tests this year will do more harm than good. Significant concerns have been raised about how to ensure valid and reliable results. Parents should not be concerned about additional lost instruction time at the end of the school year already harmed by disruptions. Accepting this amendment would send a strong signal that this committee is on the side of parents, teachers, and children. I urge my colleagues to accept this amendment. I yield back my time. Can anybody hear him?
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone seek time in opposition?
Mr. Chairman?
Gentlelady from Oregon.
Yes, I see time in opposition. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prohibit funds from being used on assessments. Now, I want to point out that states don't look to these relief funds to administer assessments to begin with. And I also want to state that I played a significant role in writing the Every Student Succeeds Act provisions that help to eliminate duplicative testing. And I'm a strong advocate of fewer, better quality assessments. So a state that wishes to assess their students should be able to do that. This amendment runs counter to the learning loss reservation provisions in the bill. Research shows that students of color were 3 to 5 months behind in learning at the beginning of the school year and could be 6 to 12 months behind by the end of the school year compared to 4 to 8 months for white students. Parents need to know and deserve to know whether their children are performing at grade level according to their state standards. Also, parents, members of Congress, policymakers, the public, we can get objective information about whether students are performing at grade level through the annual statewide assessment. And that information in turn can inform instruction and identify where the gaps are. The federal government has already spent a significant amount of money on COVID-19 relief, and we're working to provide additional $130 billion more, which I strongly support because, as my colleagues have made the case, we know those resources are important, getting our schools open. Parents, constituents, and taxpayers, frankly, need to know if these funds are helping students learn. And importantly, they need to know, as I mentioned, where the gaps are. Statewide assessments, despite their imperfections, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on how we can work toward fewer, better quality, informative assessments, they're an objective and comparable tool for giving us the information we need. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I look forward to working with all of you on meaningful, good quality assessments that inform instruction, not that penalize teachers or schools. That's not what we want to do. But we need to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Anyone seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Victoria Sparks, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. As the mother of 2 young daughters, as the former state senator who worked on education committee, actually working with teachers union on the deregulation in the state of Indiana, I can tell you from the ground, our teachers are tired of testing, our parents are tired of testing, and our children are tired of testing. I actually had a different amendment and I decided to withdraw to waive some of this requirement, at least for a few years, because we did it in the state of Indiana. And I can tell you, we have to regroup and rethink because we're testing for the sake of testing and don't get the right outcomes. And I can tell you, if you ask anyone, if you go in your district and schools, do they believe we need to have more testing? Do they believe we need to continue assessing without delivering value? It's really stressful. It creates a lot of mental health issues, and a lot of teachers are very upset about it. So I wanted to share with you because a lot of times when people come to the state legislature and protest, we had a big protest of teachers and teachers union, the very number one issues they were complaining was testing. And I said, guys, unless the state of Indiana is willing to give $2 billion back to the federal government, I can do nothing about it. And we reached the point we're almost ready to give it back. And maybe we will at some point. So I hope we can at least use these funds to help children to succeed, to make up some educational gap, and not do more testing before we decide what outcome we want to do for life to get our kids ready to lifelong learning, because they are not. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
I
Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I want to associate myself with the comments of Ms. Bonamici. The reality is what we're trying to do in this bill is make sure that schools have the funds that they need to reverse learning loss, to reopen schools, and to improve remote learning plans. And in my district, achieving education equity has been a very strong focus of many of my schools, particularly those that serve low-income communities and communities of color. While many of these challenges existed before COVID-19, the pandemic has widened and exacerbated these problems. And it comes as no surprise that on average, students are falling behind, with students of color standing to experience the greatest learning loss, falling 6 to 12 months behind in their studies. And moreover, as schools reopen, Black and Latinx students are more likely to continue remote learning, even as they are less likely to have access to crucial equipment like laptops and internet access. The longer we wait to get these students the help they need, the more that these students stand to lose in learning and our nation's competitive, innovative edge. This package is really trying to get at all of the issues that affect the achievement gap. It boldly invests $130 billion upfront to help schools bridge, not widen, that achievement gap. And for schools that piece together their reopening plans, the funding is flexible enough to fit almost every need, from getting equipment like laptops to families that could otherwise never afford them, or updating the HVAC systems. And paramount to student success is the comfort of our teachers to perform their duties with peace of mind while simultaneously supporting students by reducing class sizes. So in addition to maintenance of effort requirements to require consistent state education spending, I'm proud that this funding will give teachers workplaces where they don't have to worry about the risk of infection and other hazard as infection rates climb. The issue here, Mr. Chairman, is just that we've got to make sure we give teachers the flexibility they need and not restrict the funds in the way that this amendment would do. There are lots of ways for us to deal with the testing issues, and I'm looking forward to doing that because we all understand what the challenges are there. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself briefly for to speak on the amendment. This underlying bill has 20% set aside for learning loss. Unless you're doing some kind of assessment, you don't have a clue as to how to spend that money. The Virginia governor has announced a plan to keep schools open during the summer, and he's counting on federal money to be able to do that because obviously the budget is being strained. But we won't know what to do during the summer unless you're doing some kind of assessments. There is authority on waivers that the Secretary of Education has, and that ought to be done judiciously. There can be partial waivers, as that is, if you can do the assessments to find out who's behind and how far they're behind so you know what to do, and do waivers on accountability. I mean, you don't want to have every school labeled as failing because with all this learning loss, it's hard to believe that any school doesn't have at least one subgroup that's behind. But you need to know where the students are if you're going to use the 20% of the money in this bill effectively for learning loss. And so I would hope that we would defeat the amendment. Let's talk to the Secretary of Education, who has the authority to grant waivers or partial waivers, and it can be done judiciously, but not eliminate the ability of local educational agencies to have the information they need to effectively use the money that we're going to provide them. So I would hope we would defeat the amendment. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was kind of waiting for somebody to yield me a minute so I could respond to something. Is there someone who could do that? Someone willing to yield me a minute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and I yield my time to Representative Bonamici.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to align myself with the comments of Representative Jayapal and Chairman Scott, but I also want to respond to the comments made by my colleague from Virginia who spoke in favor of the amendment made by the gentleman from Utah. I too was a public school parent with children who went through the schools during the time of No Child Left Behind. I too was a state senator who served on the education committee at the state level and talked with parents and teachers, educators about testing and too much testing. And I heard their concerns and I understood their concerns because under No Child Left Behind, testing put so much pressure, it drove curriculum. And that was a tremendous concern. And that's why I worked on reducing duplicative testing, on making sure that the assessments that were provided were quality assessments. And then when I came to Congress, that's why I worked hard to get on the Education Committee so we could get rid of No Child Left Behind. And the purpose of the Every Student Succeeds Act provisions on assessments are to make sure that we are using them in a way that informs instruction, that identifies gaps, and to make sure that we are not creating those tremendous groups of people who are just falling through the cracks. Unfortunately, after we passed the Every Student Succeeds Act with the provisions about better quality assessments, more assessment literacy, We got, instead of a education secretary who was willing to work with us on implementing it, someone who wasn't. So going forward, I look forward to working with all of you on the faithful implementation of the Every Student Succeeds Act, which will get us to that point of using assessments for informing instruction, not for penalizing, not for the stress creating driving of curriculum that was so prevalent under No Child Left Behind. I wanted to add that because I think that that is a lot of the history behind complaints about testing was because they were used for the wrong purposes. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you, Mr. Levin, for yielding. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment and then work together on the implementation of the Every Student Succeeds Act. And I yield back to Mr. Levin.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to be recognized. Mr. Chairman, this is Congressman Cawthorn from North Carolina. I rise to be recognized.
Can you hear me?
I got you now.
I can't, yeah, but I'm having trouble. I lost my mute button.
Mr. Chairman, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield my time to Congresswoman Sparks.
And put the timer on.
I moved to strike the last word. I just wanted to respond. You know, I don't doubt there were a lot of good intentions of a lot of different testing that were trying to be legislated for some time. But when things don't work, we have to look back, reassess, and decide what we're going to do to go forward, not constantly change the testing, one system, another system, and look, how can we deliver outcome and value? How the testing we're actually doing can raise the skills that our kids can achieve the levels of education they should be with in this very fast changing environment. They cannot pursue their goals and then they can pursue lifelong learning. I think it's a very important for us to look and how we can provide states more flexibility to actually have accountability based on outcomes. And we can work with teachers, with parents, and with also people that legislate and have something that is going to provide value. Because I can tell you, these implementations are not very well done. They create a lot of problem, a lot of drama with the state work for a while. So I hope my legislator will get on the ground with the states and see how it's working and how we can make this adjustment, because whatever we're doing right now is not working. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. This is Johanna Hayes.
Okay, gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
I just want to add, I'm a little confused because my colleague from Indiana said that she was going to introduce an amendment about waivers, but chose not to. But it sounds like the conversation here is about waivers. I don't have to talk to people in my, well, I do talk to people in my district all the time, but I spent 15 years in a classroom, so I understand what all of this looks like on the other side and how implementation and rollout. I've lived through No Child Left Behind, Race to the Top, Every Student Succeeds, but that's not what we're talking about here. This amendment is about the funding sources of testing and that the ESSER funds should not be used for testing, which is very different than testing waivers. I look forward to a robust discussion on that topic at a later date, but right now I just want to make sure that we are centered and focused on the nature of this amendment, which is the source of the funding for testing, which already cannot be used for standardized tests. So I just would like to get my colleagues to refocus on the issue at hand, and with that I go back.
Gentlelady's time has expired, and I'm having trouble with my technology here. So if can you get somebody to chair for about a minute or two? I'm going to log out and log back in. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you fine, Mr. Chairman.
Can you see me? Okay, well,
Yeah.
I think I just, All right. Yeah, but I can't unmute. Okay.
We hear you.
You are unmuted, Chairman.
Yeah, we can hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, we'll just keep going. The question is on the,
Mr. Chairman, I do withdraw my point of order.
okay, thank you. Point of order is withdrawn. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Burgess. All that favor the amendment will vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, will vote no.
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 Oh.
No.
Here to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled. Next amendment is from,
Fred Keller, I have an
let me
amendment.
see, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is Keller Small Business 01.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Keller.
Young lady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Is the stopwatch working? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment exempts the smallest of businesses from the harmful effects of the underlying bill. The $15 minimum wage scheme represents an unprecedented and extreme one-size-fits-all mandate that would force many job creators to reduce workers' hours, let employees go, or close their doors for good. I'm unmuted. Okay. Is this better? I am unmuted. Okay, is that better? Okay. The minimum wage scheme represents an unprecedented extreme one-size-fits-all mandate that would force many job creators to reduce workers' hours, let employees go, or close their doors for good. These impacts would compound the historic hardships already caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and would be felt most strongly by small businesses. Small businesses and the employees who work for them are the most vulnerable to a radical increase in the federal minimum wage to $15 per hour. A 2019 National Federation of Independent Business study estimates that a $15 minimum wage will cost the U.S. economy 1.6 million jobs by 2029. Of the 1.6 million jobs, this legislation will eliminate 57% will come from small businesses. The same study found that a $15 minimum wage will decrease personal disposable income by $103 billion. This means that employees, not just small business owners, will take a significant hit. 99.9% of all U.S. firms are small businesses, and they employ almost half of all U.S. employees, accounting for 2/3 of net jobs. These positions don't just represent a paycheck, they represent opportunities for individuals of all skill levels to join the workforce. Small businesses are facing unprecedented challenge. If you want to allow Main Street to thrive, significantly increasing the cost of doing business at any time, and especially during the middle of a global pandemic, is not the way to do it. This amendment recognizes the damage a $15 national minimum wage will cause by exempting the smallest businesses from the 107% minimum wage increase, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'm going to call about a 3-minute recess so I can redo my computer. I'm having a little problem here. So we'll recess and reconvene in 3 minutes. Everybody just hang on. The committee will come back to order. And I'll be calling on the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Volcan, in just a minute. Is the ranking member back with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I had a technical glitch. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Volcan.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I have been a small business owner for 33 years come May. I belong to at least 3 different chambers of commerce in my area, and I am one of those small businesses with less than 10 employees that I've had now for 33 years. And take it from this small business owner, this will hurt small businesses, not help them. When you set a standard that somehow small businesses wages are lower, that the work isn't as worthy, you make it harder for a small business to attract the type of people that we want to attract. One of the most important things for us is getting good employees and retaining good employees. I think everyone knows it costs a lot to train an employee to get them up to speed to where they can make your business money. And for a small business to go through that, it's already very difficult. But to somehow make it so that people don't even want to apply with a small business because you've set a different standard, somehow marring my business, is a bad idea. And it's not just small businesses, because most small businesses, even according to the CBO report, 90% already pay above what the wage will be going to when it's first phased in. It's really, we're bringing the laggards, some of the businesses that have traditionally had a business model that's based on exploiting their workers up to the right standards. So those are the folks that are the problem. And don't just take it from me as a small business owner, take it from the Businesses for a Fair Minimum Wage or the American Sustainable Business Council, which both endorse this matter. In fact, the Businesses for a Fair Minimum Wage recently put out a column, and they said, quote, economists cite several reasons why increases in the minimum wage, which raise employers' costs, generally do not cost jobs. Increased pay adds money to workers' pocketbooks and allows them to buy more goods and services, creating higher demand, which in turn requires hiring more workers. The higher wage may make it easier to attract applicants and results in less turnover of workers, lowering costs of employers. Exactly what I just explained in my own business. So please don't do this amendment on behalf of the small businesses of this country, or the 90% of businesses that already are treating the employees at least at the level this wage will come into. If this is a fig leaf for those other businesses, fine, but say that. But this is not in any way going to help the small businesses that I know or like my own. And I think this would ultimately have a very negative effect on us. So I hope that we'll vote this down, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's
Mr.
time
Chairman,
has expired.
Mr. Chairman, this is Madison Cawthorn. I rise to be recognized.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield my time to Mr. Miller. Mr. Keller.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. I just wanted to make a point as we're going through this virtual meeting regarding getting our kids back in school. We just witnessed a recess because we were having technical difficulties. There's been problems with other instruments of members of this committee in communicating on these amendments and on this markup. And it can't come down to not having the correct broadband internet access. So we're here in the capital of the United States. We have the money for the internet access. We have the instruments to do it, and we're having these kind of difficulties. So you can talk about throwing all the money you want at the solution, but the solution is putting our kids in school, as has been recognized by the current CDC, that we can get this done. So I think it's time as we go forward to make sure that we stop making excuses and really get our kids back to work so that they can get the education they deserve to be successful later on in life. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Um,
it's Mr. DeSonia.
Gentleman from California, Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in opposition to the amendment as a former small business person and associate myself with my colleague from Wisconsin in his comments. And first off, the minimum wage, I think the importance of passing it and having had some experience both in the policy and in the private sector with this is this at this point in time in history where this country is arguably the largest inequality we've ever had, providing raising the minimum wage as it loses purchasing power year after year is one of the most important, impactful things we can do about inequality, raising millions of people out of poverty. In regards to the CBO study, I think it's unfortunate that we couldn't consider, and we should, other elements that are in this proposal, in the Biden proposal, including tax credits. We know that if we combine tax credits with the minimum wage, it actually creates more cash flow through the economy that much of the research indicates goes to a small business. So having been a small business owner for 35 years here in Northern California, and also had experience in Southern California, high cost areas, and having been responsible for a restaurant in San Francisco up until the time I joined Congress, where they had a higher minimum wage and they had significant costs. I'm very, very aware of the challenges. But I'm also aware of the fact that if we don't supply this revenue and we continue to erode the purchasing power of working poor in America, it continues to make it worse in terms of inequality and failure to have opportunity. And lastly, as a small business person for all that time in a very difficult business in an area that's high cost, all of my other fixed costs on my profit and loss statement always was fixed for inflation. Why should it only be the people who are minimum wage workers who have that don't adapt their purchasing power because of the impacts of the larger economy? Things like the rent was fixed for cost of living increases if you had a business loan. My purveyors certainly passed along their cost to me in the expectation I would pass those along to my customers. This is a difficult situation. I don't take away from that from small business owners. Lastly, having been a co-author when I was in the legislature of raising the minimum wage as we are proposing here in an incremental way, I'm aware of the fact that it works if it's done right. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support a very important tool to start to address inequality in America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Victoria Sparks from Indiana.
Gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks, recognized.
I move to strike the last word, and
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You know, someone who work with large businesses, I work with involved in Big Four, Fortune 500 public accounting, someone who started my own businesses, and someone who spent some time in the state trying to help small businesses. I understand the challenges small businesses have, but small businesses in entrepreneurship, it's at the core of our economy, it's the core of our country. And before we decide to add more regulation for small businesses, which are already struggling, they cannot afford to hire attorneys for $1,000 an hour, CPAs for $500 an hour. They can't afford to hire lobbyists and advisors to pay big money to advise them to go through all of the bureaucracy. They just cannot afford it, but they can innovate, they can move our economy. We need to make sure we provide them flexibility. I think the least we can do to give them a break, because a lot of them are really going to be struggling going after this pandemic. It's going to hurt them significantly because they don't have access to capital as larger businesses do. They don't have access to resources and don't have access to a lot of advisory services that the large businesses do. Plus, they just cannot afford a lot of things. So, but we have to care about our small businesses and entrepreneurs because they're the future and they create competition. They create the vibrant environment that everyone can succeed in person, whatever, doesn't matter where they come from. They're able to start their businesses and become successful to pursue their happiness. So I think the least we can do, regardless how we feel about everything else, we can do exemption for small businesses. And I really urge my colleagues to care about what's happening on the ground and what effects that they can have in economy and recovery of small businesses after this pandemic. And I appreciate your support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else wish to seek recognition? If not, I recognize myself just very briefly to make one additional point. When you have this kind of exemption, it makes gaming the system possible, where instead of having employees in your employment, you will have contracted workers who work for, quote, small businesses doing the same work. You would therefore be able to underpay them. I don't think we should be encouraging that, and I yield back the balance of my time. Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
If not, gentlelady from Oregon.
Yeah, I wish to withdraw the point of order.
Gentlelady withdraws her point of order. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller. All who favor the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed will say no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Keller,
I would request a recorded vote.
recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled to the end. The next amendment is gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn. I have rule exception _01.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Okay.
This amendment will ensure that the 107%.
Wait a minute, hold on a minute.
Mr. Chairman?
Everybody hold on. The first, let the clerk designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina.
And gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
And gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
This amendment will ensure that the 107% minimum wage increase mandated by this bill will not go into effect if it will cause significant job losses in regions of the country with lower costs of living, such as rural areas. Everyone here knows that the cost of living is not the same in every city, state, or community in this country. Boston is different from Hendersonville. Norfolk is different from Minneapolis. Each member on this as well understands the financial differences of living in your home district and living in Washington, D.C. For most of us, this is a start. Lesser skilled workers and entry-level jobs and employees earning tips would bear the brunt of job losses caused by this mandate. Instead of reducing poverty, a $15 federal minimum wage would move the goalposts of prosperity and disproportionately impact small businesses in the worst kind of way. That's why I take the job loss projections relating to this bill very seriously. Rural Americans, my friends, people I grew up with, honest Americans are the hardest hit when job loss strikes. According to a study by EIG, the Economic Innovation Group, from 2010 to 2014, 3 in 5 counties saw more businesses close than open, and 20 counties generated half of the country's new businesses. The policy before us today would repeat the mistakes of the past by implementing a top-down, Washingtonian-style, one-size-fits-all wage mandate, ensuring that the economic recovery from COVID-19 will once again leave rural counties left alone in the dust. Not on my watch. Democrat proponents of a 107% hike in the national minimum wage claim it would not have a negative impact on jobs. But these lofty claims run contrary to the opinions of their top economic experts. Even economists serving Democrat presidents have warned about the damage an increase in the minimum wage can cause. This isn't a partisan issue. It's an issue of valuation. Do we value corporations and their PAC money, or do we value citizens and their livelihoods? The radical $15 minimum wage provision before us today moves in the opposite direction from tangible, beneficial, and far-reaching economic progress for Americans and in every community in this country. And that's not even taking into account the terrible economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why I must oppose this provision. This would cause hometown restaurants like the one in my hometown shine, and small businesses all across the country, which, let me be clear, are the backbone of our economy, to shut doors and be shuttered. This means jobs will be lost and families will be in financial ruin. This amendment will ensure we are not harming our citizens in rural communities around the country by adopting a $15 minimum wage. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does someone seek,
Mr. Chairman,
gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady moves to strike the last word and is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, I do. Well, let me just say that we've been working on this issue of the minimum wage for a long time. As a North Carolinian myself, I've served at North Carolina now for over 30 years in the North Carolina House, in local and state government. And I value our citizens, and I believe that North Carolinians, I know, deserve an opportunity to have a living wage. And so when we look at the fact that North Carolinians have not had an increase in the state's minimum wage since 2006, 12 years, a decade, but yet the wage continues to stay the same, and yet the prices continue to rise. And I just don't believe that we should discriminate if you're in a rural area. Every North Carolinian deserves equal treatment here in terms of the wage. Now, when I served in the North Carolina House, we worked for a long time to increase the wage, which was then $5.50 an hour. And we were only able to get a $1 increase. And I don't think any member on this committee could live on $7.25. On $7.25, you can't survive. Working hard is not enough if you don't make enough. And we're talking about minimum wage, low wage workers who are working 2 and 3 jobs to make the ends meet. And we live in the wealthiest nation. And why in the world would we want our citizens to work at such low wages and not be able to take care of their families? And yes, there'd be a cost. Would be a cost that they wouldn't be able to feed their families. There'd be a cost that they would look at eviction. And so I just think that it is time. It is absolutely time. Now, if we say we should be making a wage based on where we live and it should be different, I don't believe that my colleague from North Carolina would want us to cut his salary. He lives in that community that he's talking about. And so if you want those wages for the citizens there, why not have us to cut your wage from the Congress? But listen, a regional minimum wage would rob low wage states and areas of economic stimulus. And we need that. We need that in North Carolina. A regional wage would threaten the Department of Labor's enforcement of the federal minimum wage, making it harder to ensure workers get the pay they owed. And it would discriminate against a lot of Black and brown people who are making those wages. Mr. Chair, I urge a vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to speak on the amendment. This is
just a minute.
Congressman Allen.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Allen, then to Ms. Omar. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
As a small business owner for over 40 years, I know firsthand why heavy-handed federal one-size-fits-all policies do not work. I believe states, localities, and the business community are in the best position to work together to address wage issues. Before COVID, we experienced the best economy in the history of this nation. Wages were increasing at dramatic rates. That is the way you raise wages. After the passage of the Republican Tax Cut and Jobs Acts in 2017, they were growing at the fastest rate in a decade, and that's because we did not impose unworkable federal mandates. Our booming economy was helping more workers keep money in their pockets and creating opportunities for all Americans. Now more than ever, we should be laser focused on keeping small businesses afloat, not crippling them and destroying jobs and unworkable federal wage hikes. This is supposed to be District Work Week. Instead of making up a broad and unnecessary stimulus package, we should be in our districts talking directly to small businesses about the impact of doubling the federal minimum wage and find ways to help the many Americans who are desperate to get back to work. That is exactly what I've been doing. And these businesses are telling me they have a plan. And unfortunately, that plan is to reduce the number of days they're open and lay off half of their workforce. Folks, between the fossil fuel industry and this minimum wage hike, we're going to lose millions of jobs. I mean, management budget said 1.4 million people are going to be unemployed. Even the Congressional Budget Office said this. Cost of living needs in each state and locality are very different, and that is what Congressman Cawthorn has brought to your attention. What works in Georgia might not work for another state, and we're doing quite well in Georgia, by the way. So let's empower our states and local communities not impose another top-down costly mandate. With that, I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Cawthorn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Allen. A $15 federal minimum wage does not reduce poverty. In the end, it will simply increase the cost of living, and our dollars will be worth less. In the end, really all we will accomplish is successfully hiding the people who do live in poverty from society. I believe the best way to increase people's wage and to give them what some people call a living wage is to have an open market system where we encourage competitive job opportunities, not having an artificially propped up job market that is based on a federal government cookie cutter one size fits all. I believe that we must oppose this $15 federal minimum wage. It will cost us many, many jobs, and it's something that rural Western North Carolina cannot sustain. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Our Republican colleagues would have brought this amendment forward, want us to focus on regional cost of living differences. But what they are living out of their argument is that regional minimum wage was first proposed as a way to suppress wages for workers of color during the debate of the Fair Labor Standards Act. And the truth is that a regional minimum wage would have the same discriminatory effects if implemented today. It would lock in lower wages, especially in certain southern states and cities where depressed wages are a result of history of intentional racially discriminatory policies where African Americans make up a greater share of the workforce. This amendment is a clear attempt to undermine efforts to raise workers' wages in states with weak labor institutions, places where a federal minimum wage might be the only effective labor market institution that elevates wages. Eroding that national wage floor through national federal minimum wage puts workers in these states at risk of failing further behind. It would also hold back the economic recovery of these states. Research shows that when low-wage workers have increased in income, they spend their money locally, stimulating their local economies. Congress must continue to reject misguided efforts to get regional minimum wages and instead to work to ensure the federal minimum wage is strong labor standard protecting all covered workers, no matter where they live. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Tim Wahlberg.
Oh, gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just have to respond to some of the prior statements that don't come up to the test of reality. There's a reason why many jobs have gone from the northern states, whether it be Minnesota or whether it be Michigan, and have gone to the southern states and provided jobs for people, living wage jobs that are exceptional beyond what they had before, because northern states decided that they would put in places arbitrary decisions on wage levels that impacted the ability of businesses, small businesses and otherwise, including large businesses like General Motors, Toyota, and others that chose southern states with a good workforce, with people that want to work, that people that will appreciate the level of pay beyond what they were getting because the jobs have moved there. So to talk about having a problem with a regional wage scale that makes it possible for people to expand, to have more choice for the jobs and opportunities they have is absurd. It's hypocritical to say that we care about people, but we want to take jobs away from them. And in fact, that's what is being done with a mandatory federal minimum wage act, regardless of what it is. If $15 an hour is where we ought to go, maybe we ought to go to $20 an hour. Why stop at 15? I contend for you that I wish we had the jobs back in Michigan that we gave away by doing some of the misguided things that are being talked of in this legislation. And hopefully Michigan will learn and will bring jobs back so that people can stay in the homes that they were raised in and love the place that they're at and compete better with the southern states as well. That's just an example of the absurdity of talking about a minimum wage and going against regional standards. We are not all equal in the sense of how we live, what we desire, what we need. The beauty of America is we have choice where we can move and where we can find a job. Sadly, what we're doing with this type of thing is pushing people in directions they don't want to go. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Sparks from Indiana.
Gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I think it's a very important discussion, and as the chairman mentioned, if you make unreasonable rules, businesses are not going to follow them, and they find a way to avoid them. So if we put wages that are not acceptable for businesses, we'll make sure that everyone is a part-time or independent contractor, and it's going to hurt a lot of people. And I started my first job as a bank teller for $8 an hour. And I appreciate that I had the job. I learned a lot. I advanced myself. I learned a lot about the country, about the people. It was a tough job, but it was a very useful job for me. And I had a job. And I eventually had a job where I work in public accounting, and my clients were charged $500 an hour for my services. But I had that opportunity, and I want to have for a lot more people to have this opportunity. I also saw what's happening in our country when I was auditing manufacturing company. Unreasonable rules and regulations caused our industry to move overseas, and now they contributed to GDP of China. And we have a lot of loss, a lot of pandemics, a lot of problems here. We have opioid crisis. There is a problem in our country. So we have to be careful before we decide, because different states have different economics. And if economics are not there, companies are not going to pay. They're going to find other ways, and they're also going to pass it along on the consumers. Companies will pass everything along on the consumers, and it will create less growth of our economy. It will create job losses and less opportunities for people who cannot maybe start with the high wages, but have an ability to advance themselves in life and have gainful employment later in life and actually have a job, because it's very powerful to have a job. That's how we learn. Everything we learn in life. I went to different colleges, but everything I learned in life is from actually having a real job and being on the ground. So I hope we're going to be careful legislating here, and I would appreciate if you can support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Are there others who wish to be, anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, Adel Espaillat from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I move to strike the last word, Mr.
Gentleman
Chairman.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Since the federal minimum wage was set back in 1938, it's been raised 22 times by 12 different presidents. In fact, that minimum wage, the first one, was set right after the Great Depression, right after the country was reeling back. People were committing suicide in Wall Street because of the money they lost, and unemployment was at a record high, and the bread lines were going around blocks in states across the country. Franklin D. Roosevelt decided to set the minimum wage because he saw it as a means not only to put a couple of dollars in people's pockets and to make it more affordable for them to meet the cost of living across the country, not in a particular state or the other. And he did that because he also felt that it would inject oxygen into the local economies. And now we're seeing how thousands upon thousands of people are unemployed due to the pandemic. Businesses have shut down. Businesses are struggling to open. This is the best time to have one minimum wage for everybody. A couple of dollars in your pocket is not going to give you a vacation in the south of France. You're going to go to the local grocery store and you're going to spend it in food and emergency items. And it's going to motivate the economy. But most importantly, it will keep people safe. And it will keep people from starving. And it will keep people from going hungry. And so this is an important idea, the minimum wage. I reject this amendment. I think we are one United States of America. We hear that all the time. So let's apply it right now. And just like Franklin D. Roosevelt took that bold action right in the middle of the Depression, the Great Depression, let's take it now. This is the closest we've ever been to the Great Depression. And I think it will help millions upon millions of Americans. Back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, Michelle Steele from California.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I want to yield my time to Mr. Calthorne.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Steele. I would like to take this opportunity to respond to my esteemed colleague, Congresswoman Omar. I don't believe that anyone on this committee is denying that there were racist policies that have been enacted in the past, things like redlining that have created economically suppressed regions for generations. This is the exact reason why I do resist a federally mandated $15 an hour minimum wage. When you look at the policies that we enacted with, we had a Republican-held Congress, like the 2017 Job Act, where we created opportunity zones. It was to lift these regions out of despair, out of poverty. And I believe that through a free market and through encouraging open enterprise and competitive jobs and more market-driven policies rather than federally mandated cookie-cutter policies, I believe that is the best way we can raise these regions that have been economically suppressed for generations out of poverty. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Do you want to seek recognition?
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to be recognized. Burgess Owens.
Gentleman for you, Thomas Owens.
Not too many years ago, ran across the studies that 83% of the Black teen males across this country, about 10 years ago, unemployed. In the city of Chicago, where minimum wage, terrible schooling is done, 93% of Black teen males unemployed. This is what happens when non-skilled workers do not get a chance to get started, and minimum wage pushes up so that skilled workers have a better chance of getting those same jobs. As a business owner, who's going to pay a non-skilled person, teenager, minimum wage is $15 an hour, when they can pay a little bit more and get a skilled worker? It's not only a chance for young people to get an opportunity to work, but also gives chances for a minority organization, more minority businesses to get us started with business. we had over 400% increase in Black business ownership for the last 2 or 3 years. That's what I saw growing up. Businesses everywhere. 40% of Black community were business owners. Now it's down to 3.8%. So no, minimum wage is a death knell to anyone who wants to get started, to get the idea of what it is to work, to get up early, to respect their employer, and it gives those who might want to give these young people a chance. It's an disincentive to do so. I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone, gentleman's time has expired. Anyone else seek recognition? If not, I recognize myself for to comment on the bill. First, I'd like to make a comment about the best economy ever. Just some arithmetic. The first 3 years in terms of jobs created, the first 3 years of the Trump administration, not one of those years exceeded any of the last 3 years of the Obama administration. The last 3 years of the Obama administration, each one of them exceeded the job creation in the first 3 years of the Trump administration. So that's just the arithmetic on it. The other is the so-called job loss. Minimum wage workers tend to be transient, and so you're talking more about hours than actual jobs. So that maybe in terms of employment during the year, instead of 11 months working out of the year, maybe you only work 10 months out of the year. But with the increase in the minimum wage, the minimum wage worker will be much better off with the minimum wage increase with the slightly fewer hours. In fact, the CBO said that the low-wage workers as a group would be getting about $330 billion more in income if the minimum wage bill passes. The fact is, we need an increase in the minimum wage everywhere. The one study a couple of years ago showed that at the minimum wage, $7.25, full-time, 40 hours a week, you cannot afford a modest 2-bedroom apartment in any county in the United States, not just the high-income areas. Not a single county in the United States can you afford a modest 2-bedroom apartment. And so we need to raise the floor of the minimum wage. In high-income areas, they'll be paying more, but we need at least the floor. The problem with the regional minimum wage is that in the rural areas, people do not have negotiating strength. They end up trying to negotiate with one company, no unions, and are not in a position to negotiate decent salaries. They count on the minimum wage as the floor, and they're counting on us to increase the minimum wage as their best shot at ever getting an increase. A nurse in an area where there are 2 hospitals will do much better than the same nurse where there's only 1 hospital in the area. And so that nurse where there's only 1 hospital to work at will be counting on us to increase the minimum wage. Otherwise, what she sees is what she's going to get. And that's why the minimum wage nationally without the rural differential is so important. With that, I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The question then is on the amendment. All in favor of the Cawthorn amendment? All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no.
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 Obviously have it.
No.
Noes appear to have it. The
Mr. Chairman, I record the vote.
It was a voice vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Be taken at the end.
Thanks, Hon.
Next is Ms. Steele of California. Does the gentlelady from California have an amendment?
Yes, I do. Mr. Chairman, I have amendment.
Okay,
Still,
which amendment?
Still job loss auto 01 at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Steele.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentlelady from Oregon,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve a point of order.
point of order is deserved. Gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Fox. This amendment I'm offering today would protect American jobs. This amendment would protect hourly workers from losing their jobs when the cost of labor increases it because of the $15 minimum wage hike included in this legislation, and more businesses turn to cheap automation to replace workers. A Brookings Institute report from last year said among the most vulnerable jobs are those in office administration, production, transportation, and food preparation. Such jobs are deemed high risk with over 70% of their tasks potentially automatable. Especially because of the pandemic, automation is becoming more popular. A survey from last fall found 83% of US executives reporting faster adoption of automation while the workforce has been displaced. Losing jobs to automation will hurt lower wage workers and have a disproportionate effect on minority workers, exactly the workers we should be working to help. My amendment will stop this wage hike if the Government Accountability Office, a nonpartisan fact-based organization, finds that 200,000 jobs or more would be lost due to this wage hike. Especially during this ongoing pandemic, we need more jobs available, not less. I yield back.
He is back. Someone seek recognition in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chair. Adams, North Carolina.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to strike the last word to speak in opposition.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'm confused about the amendment. The committee print provides 150 million in total. So if Ms. Miller Meeks intends to add an additional 30 million to the 150 million allocated for the Department of Labor, that would violate our budget instructions. And if she intends to restrict 30 million of the 75 million.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the gentlewoman's on the wrong amendment.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Will the
I'll yield back, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can we read it? Can we designate the amendment? Can the clerk designate the amendment by title, please?
Yeah, it wasn't read, so I thought this was it.
Will the clerk designate the amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Steele. Ledge Council caption job loss auto _01.xml.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
Yeah, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A lot of insufficient arguments are being thrown up against the minimum wage today, and this one is based on yet another myth. I'm looking at an article from the Financial Times that says rise in minimum wage fails to spark widespread automation. Predictions of broad changes to production processes have not materialized, and that's just from 2019. This is just another one of those ideas that I think people who actually don't work maybe in small business don't quite understand. I can tell you in my industry, when I started, I was 23, I had a head full of hair and it was dark. That business, I screen printed, pushed ink through a screen and printed t-shirts and signs and things. And 33 years later, someone at my business pushes ink through a screen and still does that for t-shirts, but we also have direct to garment printers that can do full color in a single pass. But instead of getting rid of people or technology, it actually doubled what we have to have, because some technologies are good for volume printing and some are not. So I don't think you have to be afraid of those technologies that are going to cost the jobs, because one, it's not true where this has happened and argued previously, but two, small businesses find other ways to take advantage of that and be able to grow out of it. What will happen out of this is 1.3 million people will be lifted out of poverty, including 600,000 kids. So I think that's the important part. The final thing I will say to the author of this is, perhaps you should look. I'm looking at articles from CNBC where Elon Musk and Richard Branson both are agreeing that likely there will be an increase in automation. It'll have nothing to do with minimum wage increases, again, because 90% of the businesses already are paying at the rate it's at, but it will have to do with new technologies. And Elon Musk says, quote, "This is a pretty good chance we end up with a universal basic income or something like that due to automation." So I'd be glad to work with the gentlelady on a bill towards that effect if she would like, but I don't think this will help on the amendment today, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. DeSaulnier.
Gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Just briefly, I appreciate the sentiment of being concerned about automation. I think it's one we share. And to the comments of my friend from Wisconsin, in addition to agreeing without being redundant on the research he cited, there's a way to do this in I hope, a bipartisan way. So the concern that we should stop raising the minimum wage in anticipation of conflict, I think is inappropriate. It's too important to raise the minimum wage. And I think we can still keep an eye on the consequences of automation. I know here in Northern California, and being a member of the Transportation Committee, I've spent a lot of time with people who are trying to perfect or improve self-driving vehicles, and particularly with trucks. And I'm working with the Teamsters and with large employers like UPS. We're having a conversation with the researchers about how we use this innovation to be beneficial to everyone. In the New York Times bestseller, Why Nations Fail, the authors make a compelling argument and research about this type of conflict over time in history, that the evolution of print, the Industrial Revolution, for those people who wanted to just stop inclusive societies that were looking at change and trying to manage it for everyone's benefit, they imposed exclusive or extractive industries and institutions, and that's why they failed. I think we're at one of those times in our history in the West, in the United States, where we need to do both, and I think we can. By passing the minimum wage, we can help everybody, and we can help to send a message that innovation should be a net benefit to everyone, particularly the poor and working class people, and that we can do both. With that, I'll yield back.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Could you say a word about, apparently there's in here a GAO study that could suspend or go or no go with the minimum wage. Could you say a little bit about the problem with the uncertainty of knowing what the minimum wage is going to be?
Yeah, I think that's a point well taken. For employers, they need to know. So for my friend from Wisconsin, myself, who have been employers, we want consistency. We want to know. We hear that from the business community often. So let's pass the minimum wage. Let that be a floor, not a ceiling, and let employers anticipate changes that are very difficult to anticipate. And the GAO can certainly be a resource to us, but not at the expense of raising the minimum wage.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
who's
this is Madison
seeking
Rothman.
recognition?
I strike to have the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield my time to Congresswoman Steele.
My computer just died, so I have to use Congressman's computer. This is not a myth. You know what? When I came here in this country, I was born in Korea and raised in Japan. English is my third language. I started as a waitress. That's the way I built up. minimum wage is not living wages. If you want to make minimum wage to living wage, it has to be $25, $30. We don't know, depends on what state that you are living in. We are talking about that, not Elon Musk's the car, or we are not even talking about those automations. I'm talking about the small businesses or markets. The cashier is going to lose job because it's all automations. I was talking about office administration, production, transportation, and food preparations. If you want to see it, I saw the North Carolina congresswoman and New Mexico congresswoman that both of them said, oh, it didn't really change much, especially in New Mexico, that when they raised minimum wage, it didn't change much. You have to looking at California. This beautiful California is really going down. You know, our minimum wage is almost $15. We want to have the not government actually raising those minimum wages. I think most of companies, it depends on what kind of company, restaurants, and depends on what kind of companies that you really have looking at, and they have to set the minimum wages. The $15 is not gonna make these small businesses, especially during this pandemic. In California, most of small businesses, they closed down almost 1 year now. Last September, I heard 23% of the businesses are not coming back. How they gonna give these workers that increased minimum wages? Let's looking at both sides. And I'm just giving you the common sense amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I do. Susan Wild.
This gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the representative from California, Ms. Steele, for making the point that $15 an hour minimum wage really is not nearly enough. I'm in complete agreement with her. We have been talking for at least 5 years about raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, graduated over 5 years, phased in over 5 years, I should say. Here we are 5 years later, still talking about phasing in a $15 minimum wage for over the course of 5 years. So I'm in complete agreement with Representative Steele about the fact that $15 an hour really is not the number we should be talking about. However, having said that, I'm also very, very cognizant of the political reality of the fact that we're not going to get beyond that. And so let's at least do this for workers in states like mine, Pennsylvania, where they are still earning $7.25 an hour. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Chicano.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to associate my remarks or associate myself with those of my colleague from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, on the insufficiency of the $15 an hour minimum wage to live on. But let us also say that at the current level of the minimum wage federally, that there's not a county in this country where you can live on that wage. So let us not pretend that there's anywhere in this country where the federal minimum wage is enough to live on, whether it's California or any other state. And I might remind my colleague from California, there's all this talk about the outflows of people from the state of California. She alluded to the fact that we have this graduated implementation of our own $15 minimum wage. But it stands to reason that we could, with the passage of this provision, eliminate any scintilla of thought that the minimum wage will be the reason why people are fleeing California, if that is indeed the case, because everywhere in the country will be a $15 minimum wage. And so California will have been a leader, but it will be on an even footing with everyone. and as it should be. We want to see states like California and others try to push wages up, and we don't want to be in a situation where we see parts of the country being the argument for why we keep the minimum wage below where it should be. And so I offer those comments and support in opposition to the amendment. I
Thank
yield
you.
back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Are there, anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not,
Mr. Chairman,
gentlelady from Oregon,
I withdraw the point of order.
the point of order is withdrawn. And so the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California, Ms. Steele. All in favor will say aye.
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 All opposed will say no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
No, they don't.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking for recorded vote, please.
The gentlelady from California asked for a recorded vote, and that will be taken at the end. The next amendment we have is the gentleman from Utah. Do you have another amendment?
Yes, yes, I do. Amendment, job loss trigger amendment, and I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Owens of Utah.
Can you read the designation, the rest of it?
Legislative Council caption, job loss trigger _01.xml.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Thank you. And the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just.
Is this one or two more?
We got somebody. Okay.
J-
Somebody should be on mute. Who's not?
uh,
Okay. Just I'm gonna give you an idea. A Congressional Budget Office mentioned minimum wage will lose over $1.4 million in the next couple of years, and I think there's a disconnect here. We talk about what's being lost in California. There's a lot of factors. One is small businesses are running out of business. They're being closed down, and people have a choice to go someplace else where they can run a business. The greatest thing we can do for small businesses is get our nose out of their business. Well, why are we telling them what they should be paying their employees when employees want to work there? Because I'll tell you what, I just mentioned something earlier. 83% of black boys in the state of California, 83% across our country of black teens, male teens, were not working. They would love, many of those guys would love to make $7, $8, $9 an hour if they just had a chance to get started. Many of these jobs are called entry jobs. They're not designed for people to go out and build a big family. It's designed to give them a start, so they understand what it is, what it takes to be a good employee, and one day be a good employer. And we're knocking them out of their knees by telling their employer not to hire them because they're too expensive. It's just common sense. In my mind, it's just common sense. So let me just go ahead and say this. Last week, President Biden was quoted as saying that he doubts a minimum wage increase will survive the budget reconciliation process. Should he, however, be proven wrong, his party continues to move forward with a radical proposal before us today. I have no doubt that the livelihood of millions of individuals and many of the small businesses in my district, because I'm hearing from them all the time, will not survive. I would imagine many of my colleagues have heard the same from their constituencies, like I have, and that proposed minimum wage hike like this would simply put their business out of business. Therefore, I'm proposing this amendment, which states that no prospective increase of the $15 minimum wage will take effect if any one of these three things occur. First, if the monthly unemployment rate increases for at least 3 months in the year prior to the wage hike taking effect. Number two, if the unemployment rate increases 0.25% from the month prior in any of the 12 months prior to the scheduled increase. And last three, if the national unemployment rate is above 6.5% for any month during the 12-month period. This makes sense if If companies are forced to lay off employees because they cannot afford minimum wage hikes, we should respond to the needs of working Americans to stop the wage hike. It is completely irresponsible for the committee to approve a 107% increase in the national minimum wage, for which there's no historical precedent. It would be even less responsible to do so without an off-ramp to stop the increase if unexpected economic conditions arise, something we've all witnessed just in this last year. This common sense amendment ensures that if jobs become harder to find for workers, this radical wage hike in the bill will stop. And I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Joe, you're on the list.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is now the fourth amendment to strip the minimum wage out of this bill. And let's just be clear about what that means. That means that 30 million Americans across the country would not get a wage raise, which they desperately need. It means that 1 million workers would not be lifted out of poverty, which we desperately need to do. And it means that $330 billion over the next 10 years would not flow to workers in the form of wages, which would then, by the way, be put right back into the economy. And I just have to say, Mr. Chairman, I feel like I'm in a minimum wage redux. It is unfortunate that my Republican colleagues would use this opportunity to deny workers a long overdue raise that help everyday people struggling to survive in the midst of this pandemic and this economic recession. And we are long overdue to raise the federal minimum wage, but particularly right now in the midst of a pandemic where corporations have been making billions of dollars while workers earning poverty wages are forced to work on the front lines and live off food stamps. As hours are cut during times of economic stress, workers need a stronger hourly wage so that their earnings don't fall behind. And that is what this bill does. Now, we've heard the same old tired arguments against raising the minimum wage for a decade. I represent Seattle, very proudly, the first major city in the country to pass a $15 minimum wage back in 2015, and I was on the committee that negotiated exactly the terms of that legislation that would pass. Studies came out then that said that there would be job loss, only, by the way, to 3 years later, those same researchers reversing themselves to say, oh, sorry, we were wrong. Businesses came and testified to us that they would close. What happened? They actually ended up opening new branches of their businesses or expanding further. Seattle sustained one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. And in fact, in 2018, Forbes ranked Seattle the #1 best place for businesses and careers. So, Mr. Chairman, in short, when workers did better, businesses did better, and our entire community benefited. So don't be fooled by what you hear here. The most recent comprehensive research on the impact of minimum wage increases, which evaluated 172 and 138 federal and state minimum wage increases respectively, found absolutely no evidence of significant job loss. Studies that have found a significant loss of employment have often relied on very flawed or incomplete methods, which is why they proved to be wrong, as was the case in Seattle 3 years later. This proposal doesn't double the federal minimum wage in the middle of the pandemic. It gradually raises the federal minimum wage to $15 over 5 years, which, by the way, was the #1 thing that small businesses said to us when we were raising the minimum wages. Give us certainty, tell us how it's going to be raised, and raise it slowly, and we will be able to deal with that. The effective date for this bill is 3 months after the bill's enactment, which gives employers a lot of time to adjust even before the initial increase to $9.50 an hour. So during economic downturns like the one we're currently facing, the economy is most in need of a strong wage floor to stimulate consumer spending. Putting money in the pockets of low-paid workers who are definitely likely to spend it quickly can actually help us to counteract the impact of an economic downturn. Look, Mr. Chairman, this should not be a partisan issue in Congress because it is a bipartisan issue across the country. Even in the midst of the pandemic in November of this last year, voters in Florida, including those who voted for a Republican president, voted by a 2/3 majority to raise the minimum wage because it is the smart thing to do. It is the right thing to do. And it will mean that 27 million workers will get a raise and 1 million workers will be lifted out of poverty. Let's help these workers as they put food on their table to have dignity around the power of a job and a decent wage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Just a minute. Anybody on the other side seek recognition? If not, gentlelady from North Carolina. Wait a minute.
Uh,
Wait a
Mr.
minute.
Chairman, this is Virginia Fox.
Okay. Gentlelady from North Carolina, ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield my time to the gentleman from Utah.
Okay.
I think it's important to remember what happened in Seattle. One second, let me take this out. What happened in Seattle, across this country, we had the lowest unemployment history of our country for Blacks, Hispanics, Asian women, veterans. We had 400% of Black Americans getting into the area of starting businesses of their own. Where you have more people employed, what happens is a supply and demand. So whether it be in Seattle, whether it be in DC, whether it be in Dallas, Texas, employers are paying as much as they can to keep those employees. That's the way it works when the economy is running very well. It does not run well when people are trying to find a job just to get started, and the economy's not going that well. The economy's not going that well right now, guys. The last thing we need is our small business owners, and basically, for those who have not aware of this, our middle class is powered by the small business owners, period. Still, we have the big corporations. We talk about them all the time. But that's not what drives our country. That's not what drives our culture. So for us to say we're going to step on the neck of small business owners, because we here in D.C. think we know best of how to run their business, it's tragic, it's harmful, and it will slow us down from moving forward. And I tell you, those folks who got out there and put their risk on the line, all they want to do is just for us to leave them alone. They will make sure they pay their employees the best they can to keep good employees. They do that because they want profitability. They want to grow. So let's let them do that. Let's stop thinking that DC knows how to handle what's happening in Smithfield, Texas, or wherever it might be. Let them figure that out. Give them the right and the ability and the freedom and choice to run their business the way they do. And I tell you, I think I trust them the way they will run it much better than I can trust us here in DC. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I just add one more quick point. Congresswoman Jayapal says that 1 million people will be taken out of poverty and 1.4 million, according to CBO, will lose their jobs. So we don't get much of a net benefit from it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I have Ms. Adams, did you speak?
no, I did not. I
Okay.
want to yield to Ms. Jalapal.
Okay, Adams, Takano, and Morelli, and Norcross on our side. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Mr. Chair, I'll yield to Ms. Jalapal.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Adams. Let me just say I had a little bit of a hard time understanding Mr. Owen's comments, but when Ms. Fox says that 1.4 million will lose their jobs, I think she didn't listen to my whole statement, because my whole point was that almost the predominant number of studies that have been done on minimum wage have shown that it does not lead to job loss. And in fact, when studies are done that use the wrong methodologies, what happens is they reverse their findings several years later. That's exactly what happened in Seattle. I come from a state, Washington State, that was the first state in the country to index our minimum wage to inflation. That was in 1998. The arguments that I am hearing today, and this is why I said it's like redux, are the same arguments that are raised every single year when we try to raise the minimum wage. And to Mr. Owens, I would just say, we have been leaving it to businesses to just do what they want to do. And that is why we have 30 million workers who can't even earn a decent wage and would be lifted up just by moving to a $15 minimum wage. And let's be clear about something. 25% of the workers that would benefit are Latinx workers. 30% are Black workers. So let's be very clear that this is a policy that will lift up everyone, but it is also a policy that will fundamentally shift the inequity and the disproportionality of our current wage scale in this country. So you can cite whatever study you want to have, but let's look at the reality of what happened in Washington State. Let's look at the reality of what happened in Seattle. Let's look at the reality of why that is. When you raise the wage of the bottom floor of workers, they are not stacking that money away in some savings account or going and buying a yacht, for Pete's sake. They are trying to spend it in their communities at small businesses. That is why the small businesses in Seattle did so well. Because when we raised the wages, those wages were plowed right back in to small businesses and into the community. And yes, by the way, they were used to put food on the table so kids could have their meals, so that parents could have the dignity of knowing that if you're working 40 hours a week or whatever number you're working, you should be able to earn a decent wage. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, I am stunned that Republicans continue to push these talking points when even their voters in states like Florida, in Republican states across the country, have continued to say we need a raise. So I thank you, Ms. Adams, for yielding me time. I yield back to you.
Well, thank you very much. And I just want to say, working hard is not enough. North Carolina needs that raise as well. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Who else? Who seeks, anybody on the other side seek recognition? If not, gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my colleague from the state of Washington said, that this amendment would deny a raise for nearly 30 million people, while keeping another million people in poverty. My colleagues on the other side are basing their arguments on disputed claims regarding job loss, while denying the substantial benefits this bill would mean for countless others. The CBO report is clear. The benefits of the Raise the Wage Act far outweigh the potential costs. The verdict is still out on the true impact that this bill would have on jobs. I repeat, the verdict is still out on the true impact that this bill would have on jobs, and comprehensive research on the topic finds no significant job loss. That means you review the body of literature by some of our economists, our best economists out there. It's far from the same conclusion that is reached in the CBO analysis. For example, an analysis which studied 172 federal and 138 state minimum wage increases found no evidence of higher minimum wages that led to reductions in employment. Let me repeat, a study which looked at 172 federal and 138 minimum wage increases found no evidence that higher minimum wages led to reductions in employment. Another analysis of 70 studies on this impact were, quote, too small to be statistically detectable, end quote. Look across the country. If you don't believe me, 8 states and the District of Columbia have already begun raising their minimum wages to $15 an hour. And as was said before, in my own home state of California, wages are slated to increase to $15 an hour by the year 2023. Workers are better off in these states, and their economies have not been harmed by the minimum wage hike. This is the reality. Higher minimum wages put more money into the pockets of people who will spend it, which in turn goes back into the economy, including small businesses. This increased spending by hardworking Americans encourages businesses to hire more workers. Economies flounder when wealth remains concentrated at the top in the hands of only a select few. And that's what's been going on in our country as productivity has greatly increased over the past decade. Compensation and labor compensation has remained relatively flat. Hence, we've had no increase in the federal minimum wage in a decade. Now, this rhetoric about we in Washington should not be making this decision for other folks. I agree with that. I agree with that. We should not be holding up the $15 minimum wage because the rest of America wants it, including, as my colleague has said, the people of the state of Florida. These were not politicians in Tallahassee who made this decision. These were people who went to the polls, the same people who also sent their electoral college votes to a Republican incumbent. Those very same folks, by even bigger margin, voted for the state of Florida to go toward the $15 an hour minimum wage. So in this case, let us do what the people of this country, Republicans, Democrats, and independents want to do, which is raise the minimum wage. Raise the minimum wage. We can make this country a much fairer place, a much more inclusive country. And Mr. Chairman, I yield my 40 seconds back to my colleague in the state of Washington, who would like it.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. I'll just add one thing, which is also really important. The bill fixes a grave injustice that has only become more serious, and that is ensuring one fair wage, not a different wage for tipped workers who are disproportionately women and people of color. Just imagine that the current $2.13 sub-minimum wage for tipped workers was set 30 years ago in 1991. Mr. Chairman, in 1991, something that cost $20 would now cost $37. So these workers can't wait any longer for a fair wage. And Americans across the political spectrum agree with us. Thank you, Mr. Takano. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Just a minute. Anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition?
Mr. Chair.
Keller from Pennsylvania.
Olberg from Michigan.
Okay, gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a look at the facts of the case here. And our colleague from Washington talked about reports. And we'll cite the report that we all rely on, and that's the Congressional Budget Office. I mean, we tend to use the one of 900,000 people being lifted out of poverty, but the raise in minimum wage to $15 an hour would lead to the loss of 1.4 million jobs by 2025, the Congressional Budget Office said Monday. That's not reports that are in dispute. We rely on that Congressional Budget Office for a lot of work here, Democrats and Republicans alike. So I think it's incumbent upon us to not be picking and choosing which facts we want to look at. We can have our own opinions, but we can't have our own facts. And 1.4 million jobs can equate to more than 1.4 million people being put in poverty. Because if somebody loses their job that is supporting either a child or other family members, those people also go into poverty too when that job is lost. So if we want to have honest debate, I'm all about that. But we're not picking and choosing. And the source is very credible when it's the Congressional Budget Office. Thank you, and I yield back.
Anyone yields back? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition.
Gentleman, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I first of all want to thank Ms. Jayapal and Mr. Takano for their eloquence on the subject, and I wasn't going to speak on this, but it occurs to me that I wish, as I reflect back, I wish I had been a member of Congress in 2007, because that's apparently when we set the magical number for the minimum wage that should never be changed ever again in the future. We hit the perfect law, $15,000 and $15,080 a year should be all that anyone at the minimum wage should apparently ever make. For time immemorial, we will etch it in stone. Could have been put right on one of our monuments, because that apparently is the best number ever invented. There should be no change, because every year we as Democrats argue that working people ought to have the ability to not have their income eroded if they're at the minimum wage, which is what's happened now for the last 12 years. $15,000 a year if you work 2,000 hours a year, a full year, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, you would make 15,000. I don't even know how most people live at the minimum wage. And for those who suggest it's only entry level, that may be how it was designed. Maybe that's what we wish. But you know how many people I know who are working multiple jobs at minimum wage, who are trying to piece together enough money to feed their families? They can't even get rent for $15,000. Forget about food and clothing, and perhaps you'd like to go to school to have a better life for yourself or your family. The truth is that I fear that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would be happy if we had a $5 minimum wage, or maybe a $3 minimum wage. Who knows? Maybe we could even get by on $1.50 an hour. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't we really be able to expand the economy? Unfortunately, everyone would live in poverty, but that'd be okay because we'd be creating a lot of jobs, apparently. I find this to be an incredibly frustrating discussion. What we ought to have is a minimum wage that pays a fair amount to people who work at minimum wage. We ought to have an escalator, so every year we don't erode it while we have 12 or 13-year gaps before the minimum wage would be increased, particularly at a time when disparities of income in the United States grow larger and larger every year. I owned a small business. I was in the software business. I know how tough it is to run a small business. I know what it's like to have risk capital, to know that at the end of the day, you might not get paid. I understand all of that. But you have to balance and be fair here. And to suggest that somehow a number that we picked in 2007 would forever be the minimum wage, I've never heard anyone on the other side of the aisle in the 2 years I've been in Congress, but the many years I was in the state legislature before it, anyone argue on the other side of the aisle for an increase in the minimum wage. I think it's time for fairness. And I would say this as it relates to the CBO. Those are projections. Those aren't facts. Those are projections, first of all. And secondly, I didn't hear anyone, when people were talking about a $1.7 trillion tax cut for the wealthiest people in America, 80% of the benefit of that tax cut went to the top 1% and added immeasurably to the national deficit, which turned into the national debt. I didn't hear anybody arguing about the CBO score then. So let's insist on fairness. Let's insist on moving this country forward for all Americans, for all Americans. The old saw about the rising tide lifts all boats. That's what we're talking about. That's the America I want to be a part of. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman? Tim Welberg.
I have Miller Meeks and then Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish to strike the last word, and I yield my time to the gentle Congressman from Utah, Burgess Owens.
Mr. Chairman, I'm from the state of Utah. We have over 277,000 business owners, 92% of small business owners, and we want nothing to do with minimum wage. So for those states who want it, go for it. That's what we the people should be able to choose. In every state, I know Illinois, New York, New Jersey, they all love it. And guess what happened? They're now moving to Utah, to Florida, to Texas. So my point is this. I have more trust, I think, in the American people and the small business owners than many, it appears some of my constituents, I mean, my colleagues. Because the way I see the small business owner, we are the one to show heart, we show service, we love our community, we want to keep our employees with us. So we will continue to work hard to make sure they can keep their jobs. We'll make sure that they feel good about their employment and they stay there. So no, we will never get down to $3 per hour unless we feel that the business owners are heartless people, and I don't. We are the small business owners are the ones that set the culture for our nation. And you won't find a place that's better apt for service, empathy, caring of their community than small business owners. So if you want to go ahead and do that in California, go for it. Washington, absolutely go for it. I don't want that in Utah, neither do my constituents. So let's keep it regional, and then let people go where they want to go. They love to have that kind of thing in your state. Great, let them do that. Many of them are going to come to my state, though, because the small business owners are being run out of business. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the
Let me see if
last
my
word
hand's
and speak in opposition to the amendment.
And after that, Mr. Norcross will be next. Mr. Levin,
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chairman,
The Wi-Fi.
I would like to
is-
point out. Oops.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out that, for one thing, people keep talking about we're losing 1.4 million jobs. Most people I know who earn the minimum wage can't make it on one job. They have 2 or 3 jobs. They're working multiple jobs. And it would actually be a much better thing for the economy, for the preservation of the family, for Little League, for Girl Scouts, for churches, for synagogues, for dads and moms clubs, for every part of our country, if people could make a living on one job. So I say, let's reduce the number of jobs by a little to make everybody be able to work one job so they don't need 2 or 3 jobs. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, really, the people keep talking about this is unprecedented. This is unprecedented. We're not raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. We're raising the minimum wage to $9.50 an hour in 3 months. And then gradually, as my colleagues have said, with certainty, predictability, transparency, raising it to $15 an hour in 2025, which in today's dollars, it'll be worth $13 and change, and then indexing it to the median wage. That is a sensible thing to do. Finally, let's talk about what is really unprecedented. What the gentleman from Utah is talking about is what's unprecedented. The minimum wage was created in 1938. It hasn't always covered all workers, and it's been raised in fits and starts. But we have never done what the gentleman is suggesting, ever. It would be completely unprecedented to start it and then stop it and change it based on economic conditions like that. It would be tremendously disadvantageous for the American people. And in terms of people running to Florida, as he just said, he said, let Illinois and California raise their wage, but then all the businesses will run to states like Florida. My dear colleague, the voters of Florida who voted for Donald Trump by 51 to 48%, a $15 an hour wage just clocked Mr. Trump. Those Florida voters voted 61 to 39% to go for $15 an hour minimum wage. The working people of this country are crying out. It won't be one size fits all. It'll be a floor of dignity. States will go higher, state by state, with exactly the kind of federalism we're talking about. But all workers, yes, including workers in Utah and North Carolina and everywhere else, deserve a floor of dignity so they can make enough to not live in poverty when they're working full time in the richest country in the world. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Wahlberg? Yes, Mr. Wahlberg. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. It's interesting to hear my Democrat colleagues talk about the fact that a minimum wage will bring people up. We have a history of federal government mandating programs, putting in place to reduce poverty and all of the rest that haven't worked. We've increased those concerns all across the United States. We see evidence in the Western states. I don't care what statistics you're quoting right now, the actual reality is people are fleeing states like California and moving to places where they indeed can have more choice on how they carry on their lives or their businesses. Yeah, some of them are moving to Florida. But I think my Democrat colleagues make the point for us. Let the states determine what they believe are the wages that are necessary. I know in Michigan, small businesses, small manufacturing companies, they can't pay minimum wage. Right now, they can't get employees unless they compete. They have to give a wage that will keep employees, especially after they've gone through the significant effort of training them and developing their resources for doing the jobs that they have. Education costs. And if you mandate this at a federal level, all you're saying is, yes, this is the floor, but it's also a mandate that doesn't deal with the realities of what it takes to run a business, to encourage jobs, to have pay that meets the needs in local communities. Florida did what they felt they should do. That's fine. We'll see how that turns out. Let Michigan do what it feels it should do. But for the feds to step in our great wisdom, that has created all sorts of government programs that in the end don't work, and we have to fix those programs over again, I believe, in order to cynically buy votes from people that won't do it based upon us giving them simply the choice and the opportunity to do what this great nation has set the standard for. It hasn't worked other places. It won't work with this. We'll be back for another minimum wage in the future. And yet, in most cases, job providers that deal with people that will be job earners, wage earners for a family, aren't going to be working for minimum wage. And will bring all people up because there'll be the incentive to do that. So I thank my Democrat colleagues for making the point. We ought to leave this to the states. They'll do the job for their people. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Just when gentleman's time has expired, who is seeking recognition?
Esquivel, New York.
Mr. Norcross, then Mr. Esbiat.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Let's look back in history a little bit. I have relations with folks across the aisle. We agree on some things, we disagree on some things. But in America, work hard, you play by the rules, and you're supposed to be able to make it. I was a single dad working for minimum wage. I know what it's like. It was virtually impossible back then. You can't do it now. Who is the typical minimum wage worker? Female, close to 2 years of college, and the head of household. That's the truth about what we're talking about. It's been 12 years, unprecedented since 1938, this length of time without a raise in the minimum wage. One person that I'm speaking to, tell me you haven't gotten a raise in 12 years. So let's take those 12 years and add 5 years, which is the implementation phase. 17 years to get from $7.25 to $15 an hour. That's about 50 cents a year. I ran a small business. I know what it's like. And I speak to them. They want predictability. And this is what it does. It levels the playing field. They know when the raise is coming. And their competition is paying the same thing. This way, they make it based on innovation, good ideas, being a smart employer, not on the back of the employee. There's not a person I speak to who somehow thinks we can live on $7.25 an hour. You know, we used to have child labor. That was okay. 8-day work weeks. Peter J. McGuire celebrated Labor Day so they could have a 6-day work week, an 8-hour day. There was fights against OSHA. Now we save lives because of that. But to suggest the right thing to do and helping workers is keeping your wages flat is something we all reject. I know you don't mean that. This sounds like your mom or dad saying, this hurts me more than it hurts you. I'm going to keep your wages low because it's good for you. You don't believe that, and nobody listening will believe that. But at the end of the day, it's about fairness. We're all in competition, and companies go out of business each and every day without a minimum wage hike. And not many of them, hey, that was my fault, I went out of business. It's called business. But we used to share the wealth. The owner hired employees. He makes more money, he shared it with those employees. But over the last 45 years, you saw CEO compensation skyrocket. Productivity with that, but wages are flat. That's the truth and reality. We don't have to have fights about this. Think about your neighbors trying to survive on $7.25 now. All we're saying is, we'll help you grow the company, but share that. And that hasn't been happening. And those are the facts. So I implore you, think about your fellow human beings who literally can't make it on minimum wage. And it's incremental, it's predictable, you know what's going to happen. Share the wealth with those who toil each and every day. Labor creates the wealth. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking recognition?
Espaillat from New York.
Anyone else? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've heard this before. This is the traditional, long-standing argument of states' rights. And we know who were the figures, the historical figures, who came up with that theory, with that philosophy, was John C. Calhoun, an advocate of slavery. And so we know, we've heard this before, when there is an effort to avoid bringing forward a collective good. We heard in New York State when we first adopted the $15 minimum wage, similar arguments. How on God's earth does anyone believe that they can survive with $7.25 an hour? You say yourself, Mr. Chairman, that nowhere can you find a suitable 2-bedroom apartment while you're making that kind of money and be able to sustain your family. And so this is really about putting a couple of extra dollars on people's pockets. It's not going to break anybody's back. That doomsday projection that businesses were going to flee New York City was false, was totally false. In fact, you know, we came out stronger than ever. And having somebody with $10 in their pocket to spend on a local grocery store or on a pharmacy, go to a shoe repair guy who fixes old heels, it's not going to break anybody's back. It's going to make the local economy stronger. Now, we bailed out Wall Street. We bailed out the airline industry. We bailed out the auto industry. We've done all of that. And we had the will to do so. And now we can't give a couple of dollars to working folks so they could spend them on local businesses so businesses can thrive in the middle of a pandemic. Unacceptable, Mr. Chair. I think we should do this, and not only do this, I think we should index it so we don't have to come back to it. And it continues to grow as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. I yield back.
Well, the gentleman yield. The gentleman yield. There is, will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay, there is an index. When we get to 15, it will be indexed.
Good.
That's
good. Great. We don't have to come back to this. And as the cost of living continues to skyrocket, so will working people's wages. Not in a way that it will break the back of small businesses, but in a way that would inject oxygen into local economies across main streets in all the states of this union.
Thank you. Anyone else? Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seeking recognition? If not, the gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentlelady withdraws her point of order. And the question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens. All in favor of the amendment will vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed will vote no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
No.
Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a revote, a recount.
Gentlemen,
A count.
that's for a recorded vote,
Sorry, guys.
a recount. Gentlemen, ask for a recorded vote, and that will be taken at the end.
Or a recount.
I know.
Next amendment is gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, Dr. Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment, strike minimum wage 01 at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Murphy of North Carolina, caption strike min wage _01 .xml.
Thank
Mr.
you. And
Chairman?
gentlelady from Oregon,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve a point of order.
point of order reserved. And gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, is recognized 5 minutes on behalf of this amendment.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I have a question, point of inquiry.
Judge, state your point of inquiry.
How many points of order does she get before she runs out of them? Because she's been turning them all back in. I'm just asking.
Well, we're just
All right, I'll go. I'll
the
go ahead.
reservation is important because just as a point of parliamentary procedure, if she doesn't reserve a point of order, if we find out as you describe your amendment that it's out of order, it's too late to make the point of order.
Well, I just
So she
I
has to
want to
make
give
it.
her some points of order.
Yeah,
All
all
right,
right.
bless her heart, as we say here in the South. All right, I'll get to it.
Okay, Dr. Murphy.
So we've had some very good debate. I just want to go ahead and strike the whole thing out. That'll just eliminate a lot of this stuff. So let me just say tonight that budget reconciliation is a process that is reserved for spending and revenue programs, not these ridiculous partisan policy proposals. Committee Democrats are including language to more than double the federal minimum wage in this massive reconciliation package in order to short circuit the legislative process and avoid the necessary scrutiny required to examine this ill-advised policy change. This ill-advised, harmful policy is being pushed in the middle of a global pandemic at a time when small businesses around the country have been decimated and millions of jobs have already been lost. Last week, even the President Biden told CBS News that the minimum wage provision said, I put it in, but I don't think it's going to survive. And bless his heart, I think he's doing the right thing by saying that. The chairman of the House Budget Committee, our colleague on this committee, was also recently quoted on the 107% wage hike and saying, I'm not sure it's the smartest thing to do. And it would be a stretch to include minimum wage increase in this reconciliation. I actually agree with the president and the Budget Committee chairman. Committee Democrats are attempting to game the system, and this partisan provision will not survive longstanding precedent and procedural hurdles in the Senate. And let's not forget the key Democratic and Republican senators have already stated they will oppose the $15 minimum wage. Yesterday, the nonpartisan CBO released a report finding that increasing the national minimum wage to $15 would result in a loss of 1.4 million jobs. Let's think about that for a second. Each of those jobs supports other individuals. So it may be 1.4 million jobs, but it could be 5 million people that are affected. So when we talked about earlier, pulling 1 million people out of poverty, you're going to have a net loss of 4 million people into poverty. The report also predicted that job losses from this proposal could be as high as 2.7 million at a time when 9.8 million jobs have already been lost due to the pandemic. To be honest with you, if the Biden administration is trying to just be there one term, this is a perfect way to do it to ruin the economy. Unfortunately, it would be on the back of Americans. Also, the CBO predicts that half of these jobless workers would leave the workforce completely. We can't just pick and choose what the CBO says to us as whether we believe it or not. This just creates more governmental dependency. It is important to note that 40% of workers paid at or below minimum wage are under age 25. 40%. These are individuals at the start of their careers or working part-time while they're going to school or summer jobs. As noted yesterday by the CBO, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour puts these needed jobs at risk of being eliminated altogether. Minimum wage employees are not typically heads of households. They're most often single teenagers in their first job or individuals gaining supplemental income. So a worker in a small business is going to pay a high school student the same as someone who has been working there for 10 years? How is that going to stand? Millions of entry-level workers have built critical competencies of personal responsibility, teamwork, conflict resolution, discipline, and accountability through these jobs that this bill is now putting in jeopardy. This amendment would ensure that workers are not left behind and have opportunities to gain the skills necessary to succeed and to expand their employment horizons in the future. This amendment will ensure that a radical policy with severe ramifications for working Americans is removed from the bill. It's just not well thought out. It's great, it makes you feel better, it makes everybody happy, but it is poorly thought out on its ramifications. We should actually heed President Biden's cautionary words and refrain from including this destructive provision in the budget reconciliation package. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman's time has expired. I have a list of speakers on our side. Jayapal, Adams, Yarmouth, Bonamici, Jones, and Esperlat. We'll start with gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you won't be surprised to know that I rise in opposition to this amendment. Let me start, I have a list here of things I'd like to get through. Let me start with the CBO score. The CBO acknowledged huge uncertainty in its estimates of employment effects. In the range of employment effects that the CBO reported, it expected as few as 0 jobs could be lost from a $15 minimum wage. Out of the 11 economic studies that CBO considered, 3 actually found job gains following minimum wage increases. And those three studies were the most recent and the most sophisticated of the studies that CBO considered. But even if you take the top end of the range of CBO's cautious prediction at face value, comparing the number lifted out of poverty to the number of jobs lost is like comparing apples and oranges. As anyone who actually reads the CBO report will know, CBO is not necessarily predicting that 1.3 million workers will permanently be unable to find employment. They're saying that it may be that some workers work fewer hours per week or fewer months per year or spend slightly more time between jobs. And so for that reason, it is possible that every single worker who experiences job loss actually sees their family income go up according to the CBO report. Now, let me get to the number of things that people have said that I want to rebut. The first thing is about this notion that minimum wage jobs are entry-level jobs. Let me just tell you, this is something we heard over and over again when I was in the state Senate working to move a minimum wage bill, when I was in Seattle working to move our minimum wage bill. It is simply not true. Maybe in your imagination, the majority of workers that are getting minimum wage are entry-level workers, but it's not true today. And if you listen to workers across this country, what you will hear is that they're moms, they're dads, they're people who are taking care of their parents. These are wages that continue far beyond any entry-level job. Second, the notion that, if you don't support raising the minimum wage, you love small businesses. Let me just ask you, are you saying that voters in states that voted to raise the minimum wage don't love small businesses? I think voters in Florida would be very surprised to hear that that is the conclusion. In fact, when we raised the minimum wage in Seattle, small businesses were some of our greatest allies in raising the minimum wage. Organizations like Main Street Alliance. Why? Because in those small businesses, people want to take care of each other. They don't like the fact that their workers can't earn a wage that is set across the board so that the competition is even and the playing field is leveled. The idea that people are fleeing states that have raised the minimum wage, again, Washington State, first state in the country to index minimum wage to inflation, first major city in the country to raise the minimum wage. We added a congressional district in the last census, and I think we'll stay the same, but we're continuing to increase the numbers of workers into districts, into cities like mine that have gone even above what the state has done on minimum wage. Now, people want to talk about the realities of what businesses face. What about the realities of what it takes to live. Any job is not a good job. It is not okay for businesses to make billions of dollars in profits and not recognize that it is the workers' hands, the workers' effort that is actually fueling those profits. So let's take care of each other. Let's take care of each other, and let's take care of 30 million workers across this country who deserve a raise. Let's lift up 1 million workers out of poverty. Let's think about what it means to stand up for essential workers who are on the front lines. I'll just tell you, the grocery store workers who are out there every day going and running their groceries, working in their grocery stores so that we can get our groceries, even if we're staying home and ordering them, they still have to go to work. And in Seattle, we passed a $4 hazard pay, which Trader Joe's then took and put across the country for all their stores across the country. Because we're recognizing that some people are doing an enormous amount of work so other people can do what we need to do. So, Mr. Chairman, let's take care of each other. Let's remember that if we pass this bill, we will do something that will be remembered by families and people across this country who are struggling to make ends meet. It is not a partisan issue. It is not a partisan issue. Only in Congress are Republicans trying to stop us from getting a minimum wage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. So anyone seek recognition on the Republican side? Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak against
Gentlelady's
it.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I keep hearing my colleagues reiterate what they've heard the president say, and I just want to say that I suspect that his comments came because he knew there would be pushback from my Republican colleagues, and of course we've seen that. But I want to comment about the young people because that continues to come up about Black teens, etc. And when you go through, because of the pandemic now, there's a lot of takeout. And even before the pandemic, if you drive through some of the fast food businesses, they're not teens working there anymore. These are older adults, mostly women, mostly African Americans, mostly Latinas. So that is just a misnomer, that it's just young people. But I do want to sort of push back on the idea as we talk about this, that young Black youth are being hurt by raising the minimum wage. And I will tell you, if they will hurt if we don't raise this wage. Credible high quality studies indicate that there's been no discernible job loss among teens following minimum wage increases, but they deserve to have a wage that enables them to make their ends meet too. Their ends are not meeting. So in fact, raising the minimum wage is how we can help our young Black men and women, many of who are breadwinners now, taking care of their families. Raising the minimum wage will help teen workers who come from low-income families, who contribute to their households' overall income to help them pay for school and all the other things that they need. So a higher wage may especially help teen workers of color who often have higher barriers to employment, including affording the supports and services they need, such as transportation to work. A higher minimum wage will mean for students from low-income families who work to help support their families, so that they don't have to work excessive hours. So it allows them to increase their school attendance and to balance work and school. But let me just say this. If you're a student, let's be real. You don't get a break on purchases if you make $7.25 an hour, because your cost for food, your cost for clothing, your cost for rent, all of those costs will not be less because you make less. Bad amendment. Let's vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, this is Congresswoman Miller Meeks seeking recognition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word. I just want to reflect that I hear a lot of conflating of small businesses with large corporations and large businesses. They certainly are not the same. I started my first job at age 13 picking cucumbers in Southeast Texas. My next job at 16 was working at Dairy Queen at 60 cents an hour, and I certainly did not stay there for long, and now I'm a physician. I want to know how many small businesses will never start because we have increased and put a floor, as you call it, on the minimum wage. And if those small businesses never start, those small businesses never become large corporations, which are large businesses, which then offer better paying jobs and higher paying jobs and more job security. How long do people stay at the minimum wage? No one's addressed that. The vast average of people stay at the minimum wage less than 6 months, and their wages continually increased. And I certainly found that when I was making 60 cents an hour. And then how high do prices increase when we increase and put a floor at the minimum wage? And does that increase our cost of living? And does that then make our cost of living irrelevant because we've increased wages, increased prices, and we end at the same point that we started. With that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This is a fascinating debate, and I want to congratulate my Republican colleagues for coming up with so many different ways to say they don't like the minimum wage increase. I think we get it by now. It's one of these debates where not everything's been said, but not everybody said it. And I think that I'm going to try to change that a little bit. I appreciate my colleague from North Carolina quoting me, but he actually gave a very misleading impression of what I said when I was asked about whether the minimum wage increase could clear the bird rule. I said it's a stretch. I do believe it's a stretch. There are challenges there, but I didn't say it wasn't worth trying. And I'm convinced that we need to try. And when he said that I thought it was a bad idea, it wasn't raising the minimum wage that I said was a bad idea. I'm a co-sponsor of the bill, freestanding bill. I totally support the bill and raising the minimum wage. And what I said was that one of the strategies is to let the Senate parliamentarian rule and then try to overrule the parliamentarian. I said, I'm not so sure that's a good idea, but I'm firmly in favor of raising the minimum wage. And let me say, the last time we raised the minimum wage, I was here. I was carrying a BlackBerry on my belt because the iPhone had not been introduced yet. That's how long ago it was. And it's about time that we change that. I would love to introduce an amendment to eliminate the federal minimum wage and see how many of my Republican colleagues would vote for it. I would also like to offer an amendment to eliminate the earned income tax credit and see how many of my Republican colleagues voted for it. Because while it's a great program, the reason it is essential is because we don't pay our workers enough to live. And that's what it was created for. And that's why Republicans support it, because it's a huge subsidy to employers. If we didn't pay that, many of our people working at Walmart, working at, not Costco, Costco's a great employee, working at Walmart and other places would not be able to survive. So we have a very different perspective on this. Last spring, when we were in the heart of the pandemic dislocation and there were 20 million people losing their jobs, I was on a call with a bunch of workers, and one of them was a guy named Greg. And Greg was a maintenance worker at one of the high schools in Louisville. And he was talking about what he'd been going through. And I started thinking, 3 months ago, nobody would ever have thought about Greg. He wouldn't have been on anybody's radar screen. But now when we're thinking about getting people back into school, when parents are worried about whether their kids can go to school, Greg becomes a very important person. And we learned that about so many people like Greg, people who are driving buses, people who are stocking grocery shelves. And not one of the people on this committee would do that job for $12, for $15, or for $20. But we're saying it's okay if those people can work for $9, $10, $11. No, it's not okay. The market sometimes works. The market often fails. And when the market fails, it is the federal government's responsibility to correct that failure. And I think that's the position we're in right now. Back in when we were debating whether to raise the minimum wage from $5.25 to ultimately $7.25, I ran into a McDonald's franchisee. I'd been in Congress 1 year, and he was saying, "No, this is terrible. It's going to kill us." And I said, "Let me ask you something. If I came to you and said, I've got the greatest business idea in the world. There's only one catch, and that is everybody has to work for me for nothing. What would you say to me?" He'd say, "I think you're nuts." And I said, "Tell me what the difference between 525 and zero is in that today's world." And he had no answer for me. That's where we are right now with 725. It's equivalent of zero, and it's time to change that. So I'm strongly in favor of this. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? Gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I am opposing this amendment, which is stripping out the minimum wage provisions from this bill. After the longest stretch in U.S. history without an increase in the federal minimum wage at more than a decade, this package would gradually increase the federal minimum wage to $15 over 5 years, which is well within the range of past increases, and it does not go into effect immediately during the pandemic. No, I am here in the wonderful state of Oregon. It's an honor to represent a district here. We have raised the minimum wage a couple of times recently, once by voters, by initiative, and once by the legislature. We're not the highest in the country, but we are one of the highest. And we've had so much growth here. We are actually getting another congressional seat. I represent more than 858,000 people because this is a great place to live. It's not keeping people from coming to our wonderful state. Yesterday, the CBO released a report. Gradually raising the minimum wage would increase pay for 27 million workers and pull nearly 1 million people out of poverty. A raise for all minimum wage workers is long overdue, but it's especially important for tipped workers. The current $2.13 sub-minimum wage for tipped workers was set in 1991. This is unacceptable. The origins of the tipped sub-minimum wage are deeply intertwined with the history of slavery in our country. Tipped workers are generally low-wage workers. Their earnings are often irregular and unpredictable. According to the Economic Policy Institute, about 2/3 of tipped workers are women. Almost 70% of restaurant tipped workers are women. Now, Oregon is one of only 7 states that prohibit employers from paying tipped workers a sub-minimum wage. In fact, I was shocked to find out there were states that allowed payment of a sub-minimum wage. Before the pandemic forced closures, we had a thriving restaurant and food service economy. The research backs this up. Workers in the 7 states that have eliminated the sub-minimum tipped wage continue to receive tips from customers, and businesses have not suffered economic hardship. Tipped workers in the 7 states that have eliminated the tip sub-minimum wage see more take-home pay, earning about 15% more per hour than workers that receive the $2.13 as a cash wage. I want to note that when I had the honor of going on the trip to Selma, Alabama with our late colleague, John Lewis, was having a conversation with someone. There had been a server in a restaurant there, a single mom with 2 kids making $2.13 an hour, trying to support 2 kids. According to the National Women's Law Center, states with no tip credit, like Oregon, have a 33% smaller gender wage gap in tipped occupations. Poverty rates for tipped workers in equal treatment states like Oregon are lower than those for tipped workers with a $2.13 tip minimum wage. And studies have repeatedly demonstrated that increasing pay for low-wage workers boosts the economy because these workers spend the larger share of their additional earnings in local communities and businesses. The current system in states that use a sub-minimum wage for tip workers is not working. Too often employers, through error or outright wage theft, fail to make up the difference from the tipped credit to make sure that their workers are making a full minimum wage. And the complexity of this 2-tier system can be confusing and burdensome for employers, making compliance and enforcement difficult. Increased enforcement will not address a fundamentally flawed system. According to the National Employment Law Project, by 2025, $15 an hour is the minimum amount a single adult working full-time will need to cover basic living expenses. But as the chairman pointed out, Right now, nobody making minimum wage can afford a 2-bedroom apartment anywhere in the country. This is a direct and targeted stimulus to working families struggling to make ends meet. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. This does not have to be partisan. We encourage support from the other side of the aisle, as we saw in Florida. This is not just Democrats who support increasing the minimum wage. So I yield the balance of my time to Chairman Scott. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back and yields to me. And I just point out that we've heard a lot about small businesses as if our relief packages haven't done anything for small businesses. We've got hundreds of billions of dollars over the last year in these relief packages for small businesses. So we haven't deserted them. They're getting lots of relief. I yield back and.
Mr. Chair.
Just a minute, we've got Jones and Espionade on our side, and does somebody else seek recognition?
Congresswoman Wilson.
Okay, and Wilson will be after Espionade.
Pass on mine, Mr. Chair.
Oh, hello? I'm sorry.
I pass on my turn. I'll extend it to the distinguished woman from Florida.
Okay. Apparently no one from the Republican side is seeking recognition. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I oppose my Republican colleagues' amendment to strike the $15 minimum wage provision from the bill because the status quo, Mr. Chairman, is unacceptable. This is personal for me. I was raised by a single mother who had to work multiple jobs to make ends meet, and we still needed Section 8 housing and food stamps to get by. Had my mother a minimum wage that actually reflected the cost of living in my district, in Westchester and in Rockland counties, she would not have needed help raising me from my grandparents. And of course, we were lucky to have their support. Now, I found it interesting to hear my friend from Utah extol a commitment to community as he sought to get his amendment passed that would narrow the number of people who would benefit from this $15 minimum wage provision. That is not my idea of community, Mr. Chairman. And thankfully, it's not most people's understanding of community mindedness. The fact is, raising the minimum wage is the single best thing we can do to lift millions of people out of poverty. Nearly 32 million people will be given a pay raise nationwide. Nearly 60% are women. Nearly 1/3 of Black workers and 1/4 of Latinx workers would see a pay raise. Raising the federal minimum wage is critical to addressing the racial wealth gap in this country, which is a shameful legacy, shameful, of slavery, Jim Crow, and present-day discrimination. We cannot maintain a minimum wage so low that people live in poverty even when they work a full-time job, such as in my district, where a household of 4 must make over $100,000 annually in order to cover the bare necessities of living. There is not a county in this country where a full-time worker can afford a 2-bedroom apartment with the current minimum wage. And let's not forget that this is not a $15 minimum wage today, Mr. Chairman, or even tomorrow. This is a $15 minimum wage in 2025, which frankly is not soon enough from my perspective. But this is necessary progress. Working people have needed a raise for years, and I'm glad we are finally moving towards getting that done here today. The hardworking people of this country deserve to live in dignity, and they deserve better, frankly, from their representatives. So obviously I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield to me for a second?
Yes, sir.
When we cite the 2-bedroom study, I think we have to be precise. It's a quote modest 2-bedroom apartment. We don't want to get fact checked on it. So you can't afford a modest 2-bedroom apartment in any county in the country. I yield back and call on the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am a product of the state legislature of House of Representatives and the Florida Senate. And this debate that we're having tonight
was going on throughout my tenure in the state legislature. It is very, very apparent that Democrats support the working people, and Democrats want people to earn a living wage. It was that way in the Florida legislature, and it seems to be that way on this committee. So as we debate and we talk about all of the nuances and the pros and the cons, it still boils down to when we take this vote tonight, we will have all of the Democrats voting to raise the minimum wage and all of the Republicans voting to not raise the minimum wage. So I say to the American people tonight, when you see a Democrat, thank them. Thank them for Medicare, thank them for Medicaid, thank them for Head Start, thank them for Job Corps, and pretty soon you'll be able to thank them for raising the minimum wage, because we're just beating a dead horse, debating. I call for the vote on the raising the minimum wage, which I am positive will pass this committee tonight, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espiat. You just still want to be recognized?
I pass, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, gentleman passes. Anyone else seek to be recognized? The gentlelady from Oregon. When you
Yes, I would like to be
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
I like to be recognized.
Okay, I can't see who it is.
I'd like to be recognized.
Okay, gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, I won't take but a few minutes, and I just want to highlight a few things that seem to be lost in this conversation. It was talked about earlier that most people on minimum wage are 18 to 24, passing through. Those who had experienced minimum wage when they were younger, they're no longer. Many of them are here in Congress because they realized there was a way to learn how to deal with employment, will show up to work every day, and the most important thing, to become a skilled worker. I mentioned that 93% of the Black teen males in 10 years ago in Chicago unemployed, and nobody shrugged a shoulder. This is a place where minimum wage is very well established, and you have these young men who never get skilled labor, but they remain unskilled, but they're fighting against the labor unions, which are skilled. So yeah, this is a way. And by the way, in terms of my community, I'm hoping that we all are fighting to represent our community. My community of 93% business owners, of 277,000, that's one of the best lifestyles in our country, the best unemployment in our country, 3.9% at this point, fastest return in terms of getting away from unemployment. And our business owners do not want, the state of Utah does not want a minimum wage. So it's fine if you want to do that for your state, please do. But don't put that on Utah or these other Texas, places where people are going to in droves, because you want to have a choice of how I want to live. And I'd rather have a minimum wage if I'm starting off than not have a job at all. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from Oregon has already withdrawn a point of order. Did somebody else seek
Mr. Chair, I
recognition? I'm
seek
sorry.
recognition. It's Mikey Sherrill from New Jersey.
Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate the type of person who is working at minimum wage jobs in this country. I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding that these are somehow teenage employers. More than half, 51% of workers who have benefits are adults between the ages of 25 and 54. Only 1 in 10 is a teenager. In fact, there are a larger percentage of people 55 and older than teenagers working minimum wage jobs. Nearly 6 in 10, 59% are women. More than half, 54%, work full time. More than 4 in 10, 43%, have some college experience. And more than a quarter 28%, more than a quarter of minimum wage workers have children. So these are the minimum wage jobs we're talking about. These are people that need help, not just for themselves, but for their families, mothers, single mothers who are working these jobs, trying to support a family. And I can tell you, you cannot work reasonable hours and support a family at a minimum wage job, certainly not in New Jersey. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Can anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is,
I seek recognition, Madison Cawthorn.
gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
Yes, sir, and I yield my time to Burgess Owens, however much he needs.
Okay. As many of you guys know, I played NFL for 10 years. I had a business that went under and had to start from scratch, living in a one-bedroom basement apartment with 4 kids and working a minimum wage job for a little bit for the summer. The difference is I had skilled labor. I understood what it took to work, what it took to get to an employee and be a good employer and be a good employee. I was passing through because I knew how to get there. When we do these kind of things, these young people, I'm telling you, 93% of the black boys, teen boys in Chicago are not going to get past the fact that they never get a good start. They're going to go become gangsters because they have no other way. So understand, minimum wage is designed for most people as a way to learn unskilled labor becomes skilled labor. So they're not competing against the union labor as we get old, as they move along in their life. So I listen. I understand what it is to start over, but it is not a place where those of us who have bigger dreams. If you want to move forward, you work harder. You look for opportunities, and you learn how. And more particularly, during this phase, you learn how to become a good employee, so you can become a more worthy, a more successful employee, and one day an employer. That's the goal for this whole process. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I cannot let that pass. Poverty is not a choice. People who are in these conditions, it's not a choice. For many people, it's not for a lack of hard work or a lack of bigger dreams. As my colleague, Ms. Cheryl said, there are many people with college educations, many people who have skilled labor, who just fall on hard times and work as hard as they can and do the best they can. And I definitely have to push back on the idea as a mother of 3 Black sons who are not bound for a life as a gang member, that we have a responsibility as legislators to do our part to ensure that people have access to those opportunities, and hopefully they are just passing through, and minimum wage is just a step on their journey to a much more lucrative job that can help them support their families. But I could not let this pass without at least commenting on the comments that we just heard from our colleague from Utah. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. Someone on the Republican side? Someone on our side?
Mr. Chairman, Haley Stevens.
Gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word here, and just to
5 minutes.
Thank you, and just to level set what we are actually talking about. I come from Michigan. I came from the manufacturing sector, and I think we all know how tightly compressed our manufacturing sector is, particularly in terms of the bottom line. It is very well recognized, though, in every shop floor in America that you could not hire someone competitively at the U.S. minimum wage, because that is a poverty wage. And so what we are talking about here and debating, as we have done before in this committee, is it acceptable to pay people a full-time living wage that is a poverty wage that does not even get them to $16,000 a year. And we feed ourselves on this delusion that it's just the youngsters, it's just the people starting out, it's just the ones working that part-time job while they're also, going to high school or paying their way through college. That is a delusion. That is not a reality about what we are accepting in the United States of America. And frankly, if you're not going to support this initiative to raise the wage, what you are supporting, to my good friends on the other side of the aisle, is the continuation of our ballooned entitlement and benefit system that people have to cling onto to have these jobs that aren't paying them a fair wage. So wake up. Let's pass this bill. Let's reject this amendment. And I yield back, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Did someone else seek recognition?
Chairman Scott, this is Representative McBath.
Gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. In regards to the remarks made by our colleague from Utah, no disrespect, but my colleague and I, Frederica Wilson and I, have actually had a piece of legislation that was passed and signed into law by President Trump. It is the Commission on Social Status of Young Black Men and Boys. And I highly urge you, if you really are concerned about young Black men in our economy, their wage, and to make it, I highly urge you to work with us to do that very thing, to make sure that we are spending our time, our effort, and our resources on making sure that young Black men don't end up being in gangs, as you say. But I also do take offense to that, because that is the automatic assumption of most of America, that Black men will end up in gangs, and that simply is not the case. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady's time has expired.
Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Chair.
I can't, gentleman from New York was, let me see, wait a minute, let me see something.
Republican.
Okay, who's on that,
Bob Good.
is seeking, gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield my time to Mr. Burgess from Utah.
Okay, let me clarify a few things. First of all, my dream that I worked for decades finally got to was to found a nonprofit called Second Chance for Youth, working with at-risk kids, mostly minorities, coming out of the juvenile system, trying to get a second chance. And I recognize those policies that got them there. Not their color, not their culture, not their history, it was the policies. One of the policies I talked about, and if I want to make clear, I was talking about the 93% of the Black boys, teen boys in Chicago, that yes, you wonder where the murder capital of our country is those young men who never went to work, they don't have fathers, they don't have the opportunity to say, well, I will one day work my way through this to become a congressman or congresswoman. These young men, the 93%, is indicative of where, when they cannot get a job because of the high minimum wage in Chicago, then they're going to go in a direction where they're going to find a way to make it happen. So, what I hope you don't do or try to do is broad brush this to where I'm talking about all Black people. My dedication is for our young people to understand the environment I grew up in, which you can do anything in this country. You can run a business, you can be a congressman, you can do anything in this country, but you have to learn how to work. And you cannot do that if unskilled labor is competing against skilled labor. It makes common sense. So let's give our kids a chance. Let's give our kids a chance by, first of all, allowing business owners to open up their doors and hire them. And I can promise you, my friends, if you have a choice of a non-skilled labor person at $15 or a skilled labor at 20, you're gonna go skilled labor. It's common sense because the business needs to work, and we need to understand this process. So I want to make that very, very clear. Everything I'm talking about right now is how do we make sure my particular race has a chance to get more educated, more jobs, more focus on young men, on their family and committed to their family. And that begins by them getting a self-esteem of going to work every single day and working through the process where they can become successful and one day run and own their own business. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in
Gentleman-
opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
So what I would like my colleague from Utah to understand and our Republican colleagues to understand is the reason why African-American young men are consistently unemployed and underemployed is because of institutional racism. And it's because of institutional racism that has been in place since the inception of this country. It's also because when you're African American in this country, you're more likely to go to underfunded schools. You're more likely to live in housing that's been neglected and communities that have been redlined. And you're more likely to live in communities that lack resources for economic and social development. This is by design, and this is based on policy, as you mentioned, policy that has been rooted in institutional racism. So this reconciliation process that we are in support of as a Democratic Party to raise the minimum wage is about bringing more resources into the communities that have been historically neglected, to help people to support themselves, to support their families, and to continue or to begin the process of upward mobility. And this connects to the other aspects of this legislation, which seeks to bring more funding into our public schools, which will then, and higher education, which will then ensure people who have been historically marginalized will develop the skills they need. You continue to mention unskilled labor, will develop the skills they need to have the economic upward mobility that you mentioned. So investing in our schools, investing in higher education, raising the minimum wage is all a part of a package that targets communities that have been historically neglected. So when we talk about young Black men joining gangs, understand that those decisions, those social decisions are made because this is a community that has been targeted and historically terrorized and oppressed throughout the history of this country. Okay, I just wanted to make that point and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the,
Mr. Chairman,
just a minute, who's seeking recognition?
Frank Van. I am.
Gentleman from Indiana, wait a minute. Anybody on the
Gentleman
other
from
side seeking
Pennsylvania.
recognition?
Pennsylvania, Keller from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Well, let me say this. I have the benefits of growing up down south when true institutional racism was in place. In Tallahassee, Florida, days of KKK, Jim Crow, segregated communities. But you know what the difference is my parents' generation did not take the view of our country as today's, our kids being taught today. My dad came back from World War II during the days of, again, when things were going tough, but they believed in this country and the promises. And guess what happened with that generation? 40s and 50s and 60s, do your homework. Our race, the Black community, led our country in the growth of middle class, men matriculating from college, men committed to marriage over 70%, percentage of entrepreneurs over 40%. That 40% of entrepreneurs across our country and across our nation in the 60s allowed 50 to 60% of the Black community being part of the middle class. So no, we showed what we did to racists by beating them out, by working harder, by being educated, by committing to our families. And what's happening is the politics today are not doing that. We have 75% of the Black boys in the state of California, this is 2017, cannot pass standard reading and writing tests. That's not because they're not capable. It's not because of in their genes they can't accomplish. It means the policies of the educational system, the union there, has failed these young men. They're forced them to stay in failing schools and not get educated, come out angry. And you're right, if you don't have an education and you can't get a job, what is the next alternative? You go to every single urban city, You see where these young men are killing each other. It's not because of something our country's done, it's the policies that they have to live under. It is interesting to me that today that has turned upside down. We don't have 40% of Black business ownership, we have 3.8%. So we have fewer Black men and women can hire our own kids. So our kids grow up in these urban cities, watch buildings being built all around them by union people and not having a job, cannot go in. We have young men now they actually think it's cool. We have between 70, almost 80% of Black young men will not commit to the mothers of their children. And we think that is something somebody's doing to us. It's decisions we're making within our community. And it's time for us to tell our race that we're capable because we did it when times was truly rough, not truly rough. When you come into an NFL league and you have no Black quarterbacks, no middle linebackers, no centers, because those are thinking white men positions. And now we have young men making millions and millions of dollars and still cannot turn around, start a business, collaborate together, and say, let's make sure our kids are educated, getting jobs. So let's not blame the system. Let's look inside. Let's make sure we don't put together policies that keep our kids out of work and out of education. And then we'll get ourselves in a good position and live the type of lifestyle my parents' generation, which I refuse to let them disappear. They worked too hard to command respect, and that's the Martin Luther King generation, for us to say that they were hapless, hopeless, and never achieved because they were capable of doing great things. And every chance I get, I will make sure that America knows we were raised to be respected, and Black Americans realize we're raised to be proud of. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
The chairman is experiencing some technical difficulties. Please stand by.
you seeking recognition,
Sir,
Mr. Mervin?
I move to strike the last word, sir.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
At this time, I just wanted to express, I represent Northwest Indiana, Gary, Indiana. I'm 30 miles away out of the Chicagoland area. My past experience as an elected official is I distributed poor relief for over 180,000 people in a very diverse community. Day in and day out for 15 years, I sat across the table who were from individuals who were desperate to make a wage that could pay for their utilities, make a wage to be able to pay for their rent. And we worked with other social services to provide assistance for those individuals who were working 2 to 3 jobs to provide for their families. And we are all absolutely correct. The Black and brown communities are living on the margins, but so are single mothers, so are underemployed, so are those who have been lost because of the manufacturing base erosion, and so are those because of COVID-19. And with that, in my tours and my scope of work, speaking to small businesses, their number one goal is to make sure that their customers have the dollars and the revenue and the income to be able to provide and purchase goods and buy services in the community. So my experience is over 15 years is that individuals, if you raise their rate to $15 an hour and you go from $15,000 per hour, you go to $30,000 an hour, you lift the tide of all boats that allow those individuals, those 30 million individuals whose wages will be raised, who now will have capital to spend in the business market. And I agree with the individuals who say that if you want to compete and keep skilled workers, you pay them a wage, and that is a part of business. The individuals and small businesses that I know are paying people $15 and $16 an hour because they want retention, they want longevity. They don't want to be constantly searching for individuals that need to fill those positions. Also, there are other, for people who are living in poverty, transportation is an issue. Being able to sustain costs of transportation to get in and out of economic development, such as cities, are important. And my point is, we're talking about, and it arose, the city of Chicago. I'm 30 miles away. A lot of individuals from the city of Chicago end up in Northwest Indiana. And we are seeking opportunity. They are seeking an educational opportunity to be able to provide for the families and to be able to lift themselves out of poverty. But most importantly, what I want to emphasize is that as a committee, then we have to also focus on, when we bring up something like the Apprenticeship Act that gives opportunities for all individuals and access to labor unions, that's important, and that we provide that type of legislation that creates opportunities. So workforce development is important, but also lifting the minimum wage to be able to provide for families and to uplift themselves is a priority. I oppose this amendment, and I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek, gentleman just back, does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, this is Congressman GT.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Hey, Chairman, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on this this issue. I do support this amendment. One of my guiding truisms in my life is not where you start out in life, it's where you end up. So it's creating pathways of opportunity. I think this committee has done that in the past in a bipartisan way to create those pathways. The fact that some states have moved on this is not an argument for us to federalize it. It's an argument that the states know their economies, and states are distinctly different. I just point to one of the major household costs in the state of Washington State in Seattle. The median home cost is $714,400. The city of Philadelphia, which is much different from the area that I represent, but still, a city that I do love. Part of my education when Temple was there. Median home cost in Philadelphia is $153,400. States are distinctly different. And state government should have the ability to look at what the needs are for both the citizens, the businesses, and the economy. And a cookie cutter approach from Washington never works, never works. And I do believe, hopefully you agree, a couple things. Number one, minimum wage jobs are quickly becoming obsolete. They're the ones that are replaced and being replaced by technology. Go into a fast food restaurant, somebody's cooking, but nobody's taking your money anymore. There's a screen that you go to. Grocery stores, where you scan your own groceries while you're checking out. Restaurants where there's tablets on the table. Now, these are jobs that would fall into this category, right? But as technology evolves, these are the jobs that are vulnerable to technology, and we can't hold technology back. I also believe that no primary wage earner in a family should make minimum wage. It's just not suitable. But we lift people up financially through these pathways of opportunity that this committee has worked on. And specifically, I look at career and technical education training. I look at the number of jobs that we had open and available out there that all across the country that employers were desperate for when this, about a year ago, when this COVID-19 lit up and took off and this plague or pandemic impacted our lives, and jobs were put on hold because of tough decisions that governors had to make. I believe we lift people up financially through career and technical education, not through federalizing with a cookie cutter approach, the minimum wage on a federal basis. We have authorized and we have helped seen appropriated tremendous, great bipartisan programs. And I don't think we ought to sit on our hands. There's more that we can do and that we have jurisdiction over in this committee. The Cybersecurity Act. There's just a whole host of great pieces of legislation that either have been or will be reintroduced here in the 117th Congress. I made a visit to a manufacturer and I was really humbled because they put things on pause because the employee group wanted to talk with me. First question they had was, how do I feel about minimum wage? Well, I wasn't sure where that question was going, but right away, the appointed spokesperson for that group looked at me and said, if you raise minimum wage, how that's going to impact us. So the cost of the essential items that we need are going to increase. And we're not going to see an increase. Our earning ability, the value of our dollar, our ability to stretch the dollar further is going to be decreased. And those were hardworking employees, working in a manufacturing plant. So I just encourage that we take a broader view on this issue, and I certainly support the gentleman's amendment. And Mr. Chairman, as always, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to participate in the hearing. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Yes, this is Joe Morelli from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment. Just a brief thought, and then I want to yield some time to my colleague and friend from Georgia, Ms. McBath. But before I do that, I want to just continue to point out that those who would suggest that we're trying to nationalize or federalize the minimum wage, it is the law of the land that has been now for virtually 9 decades, since the 1930s. We have a minimum wage in the United States. There's valid public policy that has withstood nearly a century of debate in this country. So the question isn't whether we should federalize or have a minimum wage. The question is, what's the appropriate level for that minimum wage, since it hasn't been changed in 12 years, despite the fact that the cost of living has continued to grow, despite that we have increasing disparities in income in the United States, and we simply seek to rebalance what is already an established, long-established federal policy. And with that, I'll yield my time to the distinguished gentle lady from Georgia, Ms. McGrath.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word as well, and very briefly.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. In response to all the discussion that we've had this evening about, this amendment, of course, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I urge also all of my colleagues to do the same. But one last remark I'd like to say to our colleague in Utah. Honestly, I believe the only way that we are ever going to make sure that our young men of color, Black men in particular, are moving up and moving forward is we are going to have to get beyond paying them poverty wages. And so with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
I think you, actually, I thought you had done that about half an hour ago.
You could be right, Mr.
She
Chairman.
did. I told her she'd already used them all up.
And we kept going. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy. All in favor of the amendment will vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed will vote no.
No.
Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to have a recorded vote, but I had a voice-o-meter and the A's had it on this one. I'm sorry, you're overruled technologically.
You're.
Sorry, no, I
you
got
gotta
it
get a
right
new
here on the
meter.
interweb. It's right here, buddy.
You gotta get a new meter.
We got a fake meter.
Recorded vote has been requested. That will be taken at the end. The next amendment is offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Yes.
You
Thank
have
you.
an amendment of the desk?
I'm saying the amendment apparently should be GROTWI odd 4. Is that true?
I think that's the one. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin, caption GROTWI_004.XML.
Okay. Very good.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Oh.
Gentlelady from Oregon.
I'd like to reserve a point of order, please.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized on behalf of his amendment.
Okay. The purpose of this amendment is to remove what I consider to be the poorly thought out provisions, which would eliminate Section 14C of the Fair Labor Standards Act. This is the issue in this biennium I'm going to be most passionate about, so please help me out. Section 14C is the section that allows places that are frequently known as sheltered workshops or work centers to pay people under minimum wage. These are wonderful people who frequently are born with different abilities than most people in society, maybe Down syndrome, maybe spina bifida, or other developmental disabilities. The 14C certificates allow these people to be paid less than minimum wage. They've been around a long time. We just got done with a discussion as to whether or not you could live on minimum wage and different things dealing with that. Most of these people already have some sort of other governmental assistance. So they're not, so when they make under minimum wage, to a certain extent, their disabilities make it difficult for employers even to pay them $7.50 an hour. They are getting other assistance. Anybody who has a chance to tour these workshops, and I strongly encourage members of this committee to tour these workshops before this bill comes to the floor next week or the week following, will understand immediately why they are paid what they are paid, but will also feel very good in that you are dealing with people who have been dealt a tough lot on life, but are frequently happier with their job than many other people in society. People who do not believe in the 14C certificates feel they are being taken advantage of. Again, don't say people are being taken advantage of until you tour places like these work centers. Some people also feel that people are being segregated to be in a sheltered workshop. Again, if you tour them, you will see that is not true at all. There are people of a wide variety of different abilities who work in these workshops. They are all feel good about their job. I think particularly people with different abilities feel so good in that they are part of society. They are producing something, and they are, just like their siblings or other friends, able to work for a variety of things which they're able to buy. Not only are these jobs important for them for the additional money they're making, but it's very important for them that they have these jobs because this is where they socialize. Years ago, people with these disabilities would sometimes wind up at home or only knowing family members. People who work in the workshops get to know, frequently dozens of other people who become their friends for life. And it would be very traumatic if we shut down these work centers. Make no mistake about it. If we get rid of the 14C certificates, these work centers will end. The question is then what becomes of these people who right now are happy, productive members of society? Sometimes they can find jobs outside the work centers, but studies frequently show that these jobs may be only for 5 or 6 hours a week, not the 30 or 35 hours a week that people are working in work centers. If they are not working, they wind up going back to the days, maybe 50, 60 years ago of watching television, just eating by eating, not getting to know a lot of people outside of their own immediate family. I have a feeling that a lot of these votes tonight are going to be party line, but I beg the people on the Democrat side of the aisle, you have the majority, to visit one of these work centers. In Wisconsin, we have about one in every county. I've toured 14 of them. They're all wonderful. The people who work there are all glad to be working there. And when I think of the probably hundreds of people I've seen in Wisconsin work at the work centers, I am scared to death that this provision will become law and they will not have the work centers, which not only provides a sense of self-worth, it provides a little extra money, but also provides the huge social environment that's so important for them. In any event, I don't know whether I can change your mind. Please, all love to find places to tour and meet new people. I beg you all, do not step on someone. Go out of your way to do your work and you will enjoy it. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Scott? Oh.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strenuously object to this amendment, and I have spent much time working and visiting various employment sites with people of different abilities. I appreciate you using the term. Those are different abilities. They're not lesser abilities. And Section 14C and the phase out allows for workers with those different abilities to earn the same wage and not face discrimination on the basis of their disability. And Section 14C of the FLSA is one of the last vestiges of a period in American history that we believed individuals with disabilities were incapable of work. This section of law runs counter to the Americans with Disabilities Act, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the Olmsted Supreme Court decision, and Rehabilitation Act. But don't take it from me, take it from the National Council on Disability. And I quote, "The past 2 decades of research pertaining to supported employment reveals that it is easier and more effective to place a person in a job that matches his or her interests and then train them with appropriate services and supports than it is to train someone in a segregated setting where they learn skills that are not transferable or even desirable in competitive integrated employment. That's what we've begun to do in Rochester, New York, where I'm blessed to be able to represent throughout the state of New York. And we do know for certain, take the state of Vermont, for instance, that has already phased out 14C. Vermont reports that since 2005, people with disabilities have paid $11.9 million in payroll taxes and reduced Social Security and other social services by over $5.5 million. And I would, to Mr. Rothman's point, more than 20 peer-reviewed studies conducted since the 1980s have found that supported employment is a better investment than sheltered employment. And that means the public, and you talked about, sir, in making your argument for your amendment, that there are all these other services that are available to people that are government supported. But I would suggest, and the studies bear out, one study found that supported employment provided public benefits of a little over $6,000 per employee on average, compared to the sheltered employment model, where the public support was $19,000, almost 3 times the amount of additional investment was necessary for people who are in sheltered employment as opposed to an integrated supported employment setting. So I think this is, as I said, a vestige of decades old policy. It has been largely shown to be discriminatory. It is clearly in conflict with all the body of law over the last several decades, and people who have different abilities deserve nonetheless to be paid the minimum wage like everyone else. And with that, I urge the defeat of the amendment, and I yield back my time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ranking Member Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise to support the comments made by Mr. Grothman. And I want to say to Mr. Morelli, we're not just talking about people in sheltered workshops here. We're talking about people who are working in large companies. I have had companies come to me who use the 14C to hire people working in their companies. So this is not just in sheltered workshops where people are segregated, but I cannot emphasize enough the points that Mr. Grothman made about what these jobs do for the dignity of the people who are in these positions. And I urge you to find a company in your district that is hiring people who are differently able. Yes, we've changed our language, and that is great. These are people, though, who want the same kinds of things we all want. Work brings dignity to people's lives. We're not, God didn't take us out of the Garden of Eden and tell us to work. Adam and Eve worked in the Garden of Eden. We've had dignity to us all. And so it's a mistake to do what this will do, I think, to deny many, many people the opportunity to work. Their value at work may not be the same as people who are differently abled from them, but the companies who give them employment value them and value them at a certain level. And I'm telling you, you're going to hear from people in your community whose family members are working under such a program, and they're going to tell you that you're being cruel and mean if you deny this opportunity to them. And you are, because the people who are able to work, even though they may not make the minimum wage, they gain more from the ability to work than the money. They almost all live in either group homes or with their families of birth, and they are taken care of, they're loved, and they're supported very, very strongly by the people surrounding them. So I just implore you not to pass this amendment and take away the ability of these people to earn some money, but to be proud of the fact that they work and that they have the opportunity to socialize, as Mr. Grossman has said. This is about dignity. It isn't about money necessarily. It's just about the dignity that they get from being able to participate in activities that many of us enjoy. I enjoy my work. Most people do, but boy, we are promoting in this country, I'm afraid, less and less of the value of working, and again, the dignity that brings to us. And with that, and if I'm happy to yield to Mr. Grothman if he needs to say anything else with the minute that I have left. If not, I yield back.
Mr. Grothman, you're on mute.
Okay. Thank you, Virginia. I will emphasize one more time. Nobody has to work in these places. If someone finds a place outside of these places of employment, frequently it's for 5 or 6 hours a week rather than 35 or 36 hours a week. And I implore you all to track down your local workshop and tour it and make up your own mind. It is worth seeing anyway, just to see how happy people can be who've been dealt a tough lot on life. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I want to start, Mr. Chairman, by saying how much I credit my colleague and brother from Wisconsin across Lake Michigan there. We sat next to each other, sir, on the Delta flight last week. That's me without a mask. And it's great to talk to you about this. For 4 years, I oversaw all the programs for folks, differently abled folks, as well as the whole workforce system of the state of Michigan. I've been to many of these workshops. And I really believe that Mr. Grothman, Dr. Fox, we all, in this case, we all want to raise up the dignity of work, opportunities for people of all different abilities to have a great life, to work, to earn money, to be out in the community. I want to say that it's not a good situation nationally and generally. Unemployment among people with disabilities is 70% in this country, and we have a long way to go. But we really have two different views of what the best way to proceed is. And the disability rights community overwhelmingly, almost unanimously seeks to end this very old-fashioned system of sheltered and separate work programs. And the data on this could not be clearer. In addition to the studies Mr. Morelli cited, two of the most important studies analyzed the severity of an employee's disability and the best placement to maximize the worker's ability to participate cost effectively. And in both studies, regardless of the severity of the disability, from mild to the most severe, all individuals with disabilities were helped more cost effectively in community settings than in shelter settings. And I quote one of the studies, in other words, workers with disabilities of all severities earned greater net benefits via supported employment programs than in sheltered workshops. And the very nature of how individuals with disabilities have their wages calculated under 14C certificates, it is discriminatory. The calculation is based on time trials that have no oversight and are not compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Individuals with disabilities in sheltered workshops are required to perform manual tasks that are often mismatched with their particular strengths and also with their preferences and their interests as employees. Such persons continue to perform jobs of a bygone era, often using outdated equipment and relying on physical strength and coordination. Quoting another study, in the expert's judgment, the sheltered workshop business model itself, the very business model of it, rather than the impact of disability on productivity, incentivizes low wages and correspondingly disincentivizes reasonable accommodations, better job matches, and more integrated employment services. Dignity here is about bringing folks of all different abilities into the workplace with everybody else and giving them a chance to work and to make their contribution. The United States Civil Rights Commission issued a report just in September, finding that 14C is inconsistent with the civil rights protections to which people with disabilities are entitled and limits people with disabilities from reaching their full potential, Mr. Chairman. And finally, let me mention that Democrats will introduce a bill that provides supports for individuals with disabilities to move from sub-minimum wages under 14C to the full minimum wage. It's the Transformation to Competitive Integrated Employment Act, and it'll improve the employment service delivery infrastructure for workers with disabilities. Our goal is to move that bill once the Raise the Wage Act is passed. But in sum, we all want to help folks of different abilities thrive and make their contribution. And let's do it in a modern, scientifically supported way that actually leads to the greatest dignity for folks with all different levels and kinds of abilities. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for recognizing me. I would like to start out with a quick anecdote, just a short story from my life. When I was 18 years old, I was in a terrible car accident. I stepped into a vehicle. I was an athlete. I thought I had the whole life ahead of me. Little did I know that on that spring afternoon, that'd be the last step I ever took when I got inside that car. I was in a terrible, horrific car accident. I suffered a traumatic brain injury. My body was destroyed from my bottom of my feet all the way up to the center of my spine. I had a very low chance of surviving, but then went to the hospital, spent about 3 months in ICU, then spent another 8 months another 9 months inside of a rehabilitation hospital. So about a year and a month or so. And went right when I was coming out of the hospital after I had kind of tried to reintegrate into society, started living at my parents' house again when I was 19. I went to my former debate mentor's victory party. He had just been elected to Congress. He's now my predecessor, former White House Chief of Staff, Congressman Mark Meadows, who, when I went to that victory party, he actually offered me a job when I came there. It was just as a lowly staff assistant inside of his district office. But I was somebody he did not have to offer a job to. I had a traumatic brain injury. My body was very, very fractured. I could barely move. I could barely sit up for longer than 2 hours. My work ethic and my ability to focus were very long because of my brain injury was quite limiting and debilitating. But as I came through my process of healing, and I'm a very lucky and fortunate person who was able to sustain a full recovery of my brain and can now function as a normal functioning adult in the United States of America. I have to attribute a lot of that success to Congressman Meadows. Him giving me that job and me having somewhere to go, even though I knew I was not as productive as I wish I could have been, even though I knew I could not work as many hours as I wish that I could have, he still gave me that job. It was something that truly gave me a lot of dignity, as Dr. Fox was expounding upon. That dignity kept me from committing suicide. It kept me from a lot of suicidal thoughts that I was suffering from. And, I thank, a lot of skilled doctors. I thank my God above that I was able to have a full recovery. And now I am now the congressman for the congressman. I have the same seat that I used to work for as a staff assistant. And as I was in this position, I actually went to some of these sheltered work facilities and some of these facilities where they're not sheltered work facilities, but still where the people are not being paid a full minimum wage. And I have got to say, I have to agree with my colleague from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman. Please go and visit one of these sites. I really do encourage you. I have 4 inside of my own district. And when you go there, you see people, and I don't know if any of you have ever seen the movie It's a Wonderful Life. It's an old black and white movie. I watch it every Christmas. But whenever you finish that movie, you're left with a sense of joy and happiness. And that's the exact feeling you have when you go to one of these sheltered work facilities. You see a lot of people who would be unable to have a job in a normal work facility, a normal workplace, because the employer would not be able to justify paying them a full minimum wage simply because they're unable to do the work. And when you go and meet these people with different abilities, they're not there for the money. They're there for the socialization. They are there for the dignity, as Dr. Fox has founded upon. They are there for what it adds to their life and giving them a reason to go on, making them feel like they are a productive member of society, because they are. And they are valued and they are welcomed, and they get to get outside of their own home. And so I rise in support of Mr. Grothman's amendment. I think that we need to remove the section 14C that we're talking about. And I've got to push back on what Representative Levin said, although I agree with a lot of what you said, sir. The disability rights community, which I am definitely a part of, is not unanimous on this subject. I believe that this is necessary to have these different pay scales for differing abilities. I think the correct terminology to refer to people in this sect of our country are people with different abilities, because they are differing levels. And I believe that they should be paid on a scale. And perhaps there does need to be some oversight of that. But I know, speaking to all the facilities in my district, that if we were to force them to pay minimum wage across the board, they would have to get rid of almost every single one of these employees. But anyways, with that, I yield back, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, Mr. Sablon.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a prepared speech to, that I would probably use up the whole 5 minutes and more. But having gone through the 24-hour markup and the 111th Congress in this committee, I decided I will be merciful and yield my time back.
Gentleman yields back. Is anyone
Mr. Chairman, it's Congressman GT.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Okay. Yeah, Chairman, thank you for the recognition. I rise in support of not just Mr. Grothman's amendment, but his passion and his leadership on this issue. I know this is something that's very important to him. We've had discussions over a number of years. These places where we're talking about where these folks are working with, and before I came to Congress, I spent 28 years working with individuals experiencing various degrees of life-changing disease and disability, working in rehabilitation. And I agree with my colleagues who are just calling on each and every one of us to take the time to visit these facilities before you do something as egregious as attacking this 14C program. I mean, these places are communities. They are families. These are places of dignified work. And yes, by people of varying degrees of ability, there are people that make really good money through these settings. They have state contracts, or we're talking impressive, significant dollars, well above $20, $30 an hour. But there are people with very multi-disabilities, limited abilities, and quite frankly, as the ranking member has said, this really is about the dignity of work. 14C, before you attack it, you should read it. I mean, there is a requirement for professional workforce development professionals to do assessments on these individuals, and then to provide mitigation, whether it's adjunct devices, changing the task to make it more, to help the person be more productive, training, coaching. It's a long list, and it's all part of this 14C, and these are qualified professionals. So they're doing their best to try to get people to be able to function at a level to be able to earn at better than a minimum wage. Minimum wage were better, but for some folks, it's well, it is very inspiring. The gentleman from North Carolina, I got to tell you, the best day to attend one of these, if you're going to go, is go on payday. Now they're getting checks. Some of these folks are just getting checks for a couple dollars. I mean, it's not much, but you would have thought they won the lottery. It is amazing, and it is to experience what the dignity of work looks like, the joy of being productive, despite whatever life has dealt you. And so I know we have bureaucrats out there that, from whatever perspective, that are opposed to these types of programs. But I encourage you to not listen to them, to find out for yourselves. You have many constituents that fall into this category. And quite frankly, if this may be harsh, but I think if you oppose this amendment, you're actually discriminating against some of the most vulnerable people that's out there because of the different disabilities that they have. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I want to thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for his amendment. I agree with his concerns, but regrettably, too many people are abusing the 14C sub-minimum wage. A lot of people could, in fact, make the minimum wage with the proper supports. Some states are doing well without it. And so it seems to me the better approach would be the legislation that we're working on now, and I'm sure you're going to be supportive of. And that's the Transformation to Competitive Employment Act. It's bipartisan. We have Democrats and Republicans who share the concerns that you have articulated, that there is dignity in work, and you don't want these people left in a lurch where it's the sub-minimum wage or nothing. With the supports or even subsidized wages, if you conclude that it just doesn't work at the full minimum wage, maybe a subsidy can be paid to help them. But to get to competitive employment, that legislation should do it. The number of people on the 14C certificates is not so big that that we can't solve this problem. And so I'm going to oppose the amendment, but I look forward to working with you to make sure that we can solve the problem another way. I yield back. Are there other people that wish to be heard? If not, gentlelady from Oregon. Wait a minute, hold on. Somebody seeking recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Mark Chicano from California.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Chicano.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your comments toward Mr. Grothman. I do sense his concern is sincere, and I am grateful that you are open to working with him to find some solution in another venue. So I appreciate that. I want to just express that sentiment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw the point of order and happily report that Mr. Levin will be taking over the important task of reserving and withdrawing points of order.
Thank you. With that, the question is on the Grothman amendment. All who favor the Grothman amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
No. The noes clearly have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that.
Gentlelady from North Carolina asked for recorded vote. Recorded vote will be held at the end. At this point, because of a technological something or other, we're going to have to take a brief 2-minute recess for the purpose of archiving today's proceedings thus far, which will ensure a full recording will be available to the public. For those watching on YouTube, on the YouTube stream, the public feed of the markup will resume at a new link They will be accessible by way of the committee's website, which is edlabor.house.gov, edlabor.house.gov. The new link will also be posted on the committee's social media channels. Members can stay right where you are right now on the existing platform, but there will be a 2-minute break for the technicians to archive what we've done so far. So we'll begin a 2-minute recess. Stay where you are, and we'll resume in 2 minutes.